Thank you. While standing, Pauline.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, this evening we are coming before you, thanking you so much for another opportunity when we can be gathered in a place like this so that we may be able to network together, so that we may be able to share and speak with one another. We ask that you may come and be with us, and that, Father, you will bless this occasion. We want to thank you for all the people who will be able to network together. Thank you for the knowledge that is going to be imparted. And thank you for every speaker. Thank you because they are coming to speak from that which they themselves have been able to learn, the knowledge that they have. And we thank you for those talents. We thank you so much for Chams Media and for this opportunity, and for the vision that you've given to this man, and for the way that he is willing and able to bring so many people together in diaspora so that we may be able to connect. And I pray that these connections will bear fruit, because this is your doing. We also thank you for the food. We pray that you may bless it as we partake of it. And we thank you for everything that is happening in this place. Those who are coming, we pray that you may hasten their footsteps and that you may also protect them on the way. We bless you in Christ's name. Amen.
Be seated. Karibuni tena sana. Philip, feel free to sit hapa mbele. Okay, thank you. Balozi Ezra Chiloba, our Consul General in Los Angeles, community leaders, all protocols observed. Karibuni tena sana. We are officially beginning our event today. And let me begin by welcoming you officially. Again, my name is Alex Chamwada, founder and CEO, Chams Media Limited. And we've been in operation for about 10 years. So this is our third forum in Houston. Houston has been so nice to us. And this time around, we sought to begin with Houston. Mmefurahi ama mjafurahi? Raise your hand if you are happy. Are you happy? Yes. Great. Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome. And I would like to introduce my colleagues. Edison Mutumba, behind you there. He's the man behind the technical aspects of this forum and has been coming here. He's not new to Houston. Thank you, Edison, for your good work. When you see me, there are many, many people behind me. I do almost nothing. I only know how to talk. But see the team behind. Then we have Patrick Okinda. Patrick Okinda is actually the engine behind Daring Abroad Investment Forums. So he's the coordinator in Chams Media and making sure everything is in place. The person you may have talked to the most is probably Patrick Okinda. So he's holding his hands are full. Maybe you can just wave or something will go wrong. Thank you, Patrick. And we have a team in Nairobi. They are still awake. I think it could be about 1 a.m. in Nairobi. Also just making sure it happens. So we've been running a show called Daring Abroad. So Daring Abroad is a series about Kenyans living and working abroad. We've serialized well over 2,000 Kenyans from Australia to Japan to Malaysia to Seychelles to some of the unknown places like St. Helena Island, which is between Angola and Brazil, where the population is only about 4,000 people, and you find there is a Kenyan living there, and he's the air traffic controller in such a country. So we are glad that you've been supporting us and partnering with us to tell the diaspora story. We also feature those who have returned home, and I've met some who are Gladys. Yeah, so we've, out of our travels across the world, the diaspora community has beyond the stories, which we still do. We are here for about a week, and we've lined up those who want to be featured. We also have forums like this, and the impact has been amazing. We want to take this opportunity to thank the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, which has really been supporting us and has just made sure that our Balozis are part of this. Thank you, Balozi Chiloba. Will be coming to you in a moment. And also our ambassador in Washington, D.C., David Kerich. So he will be presiding over the other forums in Worcester, Newark, and Washington, D.C. So you are the first ones, but let your friends in other cities know that next we will be in Newark on 26th of this month. 26th of this month. Then Worcester, Massachusetts on 2nd August, and we'll finalize in Washington, D.C. on 9th August. That's the U.S. chapter of the Daring Abroad Investment Forums. Again, our partners, of course, I've mentioned State Department for Diaspora Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at large. And we have Kenya Investment Authority will be playing their message to you. They have a lot of information on investment opportunities back home. We have a message from the governor of Murang'a, Honorable Irungu Kang'ata, message from the governor of Homa Bay, Honorable Gladys Wanga. And remember, Homa Bay is hosting Devolution Conference this year. If time allows, we'll also have Governor Lusaka from Bungoma. And you can see our messaging, our escapades, so to speak, around the world. It's not just about the diaspora. We also tell you what is happening back home. And thank you so much, Centum Real Estate, who are our anchor partners in this event and the tour across USA. Let's call it a road show. So Centum Real Estate, represented here by Ken Mbai. Simama watu wakuone. Ken, you've already been interacting with him. He's behind there. Thank you so much for coming on board. And all the other sponsors, they'll be coming here one by one. And, just to name a few, we'll be knowing each one of them. Thank you so much, Unity Homes. Thank you so much, H-Town. Thank you so much, June Properties. Thank you so much, Chams Adventures, and all who are here. So that was my brief introduction as we welcome you to this chapter of the Daring Abroad Investment Forums. And we want to make this quite interactive and not just lecturing to you. The climax will be our evening presentations after dinner. So dinner will be served at 7 p.m. and you can continue interacting in due course, as we continue to present to you. So allow me to introduce one of our community leaders. But just to mention, all are welcome. Asanteni sana, church leaders, kila mtu. Laban Opande, you've been doing so much, mobilizing people. Are you here? Raise your hand. Clap for Laban Opande. Yeah. Catherine. Where is Catherine? Busy. Our coordinator, Catherine. Who will wave on her behalf? She's around. And all other community leaders. But allow me to introduce Jimmy Njoroge to speak on behalf of all the other leaders. And thank you for the good work you are doing. Jimmy, karibu hapa mbele. Yeah. Clap for Jimmy.
Wow. Thank you so much, Chamwanda. Thank you so much, each and everyone, for coming. That was abrupt. I was busy with my plate, right? How do you feel? We feel good? Wow. We just want to welcome you guys to Houston. Houston is one of the best towns here in America. Cities, right? I know you have gone so many places, but Houston is where things happen. And I hope we had more time so we could have brought all our crowns over here. But thanks so much for each and everyone for taking time to come and listen to what these people are bringing from our motherland. We want to welcome them. We want to welcome the goodies they are bringing to us, and let's all participate. So Chamwanda and your team, thank you so much. I know you were here last year. This year, not last year. Beginning of this year, right? So we want you to continue letting us know the goodies happening in our country, sharing with the people in abroad, whatever is going on, and then we want to be partner with you. So here in H-Town, we welcome you so much, and I want to thank all the people who have taken part in putting this together. We know it's not easy, but there are people behind the scenes who have made this work and this being a success. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you, Chamwanda.
Asante. Makofi kwa Jimmy. Hiyo haitoshi. Si hata Laban would say, si mnamuona tu, hiyo makofi imetosha kweli. He needs more. Makofi kwa Jimmy. Asante sana. Yeah, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to introduce our chief guest today, Ambassador Ezra Chiloba, our Consul General in Los Angeles, to welcome us, and he will continue to follow the proceedings online. This is to welcome us, give his welcoming remarks, and then he'll come back later with his keynote address at 8 p.m. Balozi, kama unanisikia, karibu sana. You have a beautiful audience here listening to you. Karibu. Yes, we need to see you.
All right, there you go.
Are you able to see us?
I can see this. Yeah, I can see some. later.
Asante sana Balozi. Thank you so much. Tumwevie mkono, clap for him. Umeonekana hapo. So thank you so much. As you said, you'll join us later in the evening. We'll alert you when you are ready, but we'll send you a link where you'll continue to follow the proceedings. Asante sana tena Balozi, and keep it daring abroad. Thank you so much. Some housekeeping before we proceed. So again, I'm told to remind you there are raffle tickets. If you don't have any, get it at the entrance. And Patrick will soon be reverting to his mod, I think, to change his laptop so that we can continue with the next proceedings. And we'd like really this to be interactive, very interactive. And maybe randomly, what are your expectations? What do you expect from this discussion?
You really picked me.
Yeah, randomly. Hold the microphone.
Well, my expectation is just to learn and expand my knowledge as far as investing back in Kenya from diaspora, and to see what options are there.
Great. What are your expectations?
I expect to meet my fellow Kenyans here who are trying to their hand into venturing into business. I also expect to learn something about how I can link my investment here and back in Kenya. Yeah.
Okay. Great. One more. I'll hold. No, you are eating. What are your expectations?
Thank you, Alex. As a fellow Kenyan and just arriving from back home, my expectation is to meet the person face to face, knowing how to interact with them, how to get to invest back home, knowing that I'm investing with the right person and not a scam, as I would call it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great point there, that you want to interact with the partners, our partners from Kenya, meet them, ask them questions so that you are not investing in a scam. And truth be told, I think diaspora, I've had issues where who has done things with you in the past, maybe some of you have burnt your fingers. These forums help you to scan through, to know who really can you work with. And our discussion today is really, we want to make it away from the ordinary, away from the things you know, and just finding solutions. So if it's which sector you have an issue with, so how can those issues be handled? And we have certain partners who will tell you, will give you some new insights into new investment opportunities you may never have thought about. I'll tell you later with a partner like KWS, Kenya Wildlife Service. You'll be surprised what you can do with Kenya Wildlife Service. If the real estate companies that are here, how are they making flow of your money and your investment safer? They'll tell you how, maybe through their partners, like the banks, how to do it differently. So that's the purpose of this forum. We want to make it really different from how we've done it in the past. It's about knowledge sharing, and it's about, everyone here is probably an expert. We'll hear from tax compliance experts. Some of you have been saying you've been grappling with shifting policies in Kenya and the US. You know what I mean, with the new administrations coming in. There are new policies that maybe we need to be educated about on how to navigate through them. I was giving Patrick time to set. I don't know if you are ready, because we will begin with the Chams Media Group as we warm up. Then we'll start calling our partners one by one to talk to us. We will deliberately make it conversational so that you also ask questions, so that we are not just lecturing to you. So we wanted to begin by telling you about the Chams Media Group and what we do as Chams Media Group. And I'm introducing Mr. Patrick Okinda, the coordinator of Daring Abroad Investment Forums. Karibu Patrick. I don't know if the mic is working. Tumpigie Patrick makofi. Haya, asante.
Is the mic working? Yeah, it's working. Good afternoon. Is it evening? Good evening, Wakenya. How are we doing? It's my third time in Houston, and every time we come here, we feel so much at home. And we just want to thank you for hosting us again. So I'll be presenting about Chams Group. Some of you already know that Chams Media is more than just a media organization. We also offer a few other services, and that is in adventures and insurance. So let me just get a short video here. Sorry. Okay. So Chams Media is an organization that was founded in 2013. In 2013, I was just finishing my high school. That's the time when Chams Media began. And we began as a media organization. Over time, we have grown through storytelling. And you have seen us on various platforms, KTN, NTV, Citizen, KBC, because our work is more of production of TV content and distributing that content to the various platforms where our various viewers will prefer to see us. So we also are the producers of the Daring Abroad show, which is our premier product. And most of you probably have learned more about opportunities out here through our shows. So what we do with that show is that we showcase stories of Kenyans venturing in various sectors, be it academia, various parts of the economy, in various parts of the world. The concept behind this is to make sure that we know what other diasporans are doing in other parts of the US and other parts of the world, and that goes a long way in inspiring you and me to do much more and to realize our potential. So we are a storytelling company by a virtue of being in media, and that's our primary product. But over time, we have evolved to also diversify into insurance agency and adventures, organizing trips. So with Chams Adventures, which was our first subsidiary, the company was birthed from the fact that we have had quite some good experience in travel, and we have also sampled so many holiday destinations from a production perspective. You mentioned 7 out of 10 destinations in Kenya that you might think about. Most likely 1 person or 2 at Chams Media have been at that place, and we have a real experience. So that gives us a good footing in helping to advise and to craft products that can help you to be able to enjoy your holiday when you travel to Kenya, and you are thinking of extending this to other parts of Africa. We have done quite a few packages to South Africa for some of our institutional clients, and we are continuing to grow. I just want us to show a bit of Kenya from this video to appreciate some of the things that we do as Chams Adventures. Thank you so much. That is Chams Adventures. I believe you have had some sweet memories of Kenya from those pictures. And what we do is just to encourage you when you want to take a holiday when in Kenya, you can partner with us. We can be able to craft quite a few travel packages with you. We also partner with KWS, Safari Link, and many other travel players who will make your experience great. And I'm sure we are participating in the raffle by Safari Link and KQ and KWS. Those are some of the things that we do with Chams Adventures. I'll talk a bit about our second subsidiary, which is Chams Insurance Agency. As you understand, the insurance industry in Kenya is two-leveled. We have the underwriters and we have the brokerage. So the broker is the organization that will help you to have a good experience as you consume insurance packages. So that's why we created Chams Insurance, to just make sure that for those of you who may be looking for opportunities to just sending them money to take care of the hospital, be doing this for our parents, allow me to just focus on one cover that is called the seniors cover. Not to say that there are no other covers, but let me just pick the seniors cover in honor of our elders, our seniors in the community, our parents between the age of 65 and 85. So this is the news. If your loved ones in Kenya are between the age of 65 and 85 years, there's an opportunity for you to buy for them an insurance cover that will take care of their inpatient and outpatient medical needs, and with an extension to optical and dental cover, so that they can be able to access assistance in hospitals around the country. I'll not go through my slides with the AR insurance because of time, but allow me to mention that the package for our insurance covers are flexible. So don't say that you don't have money to buy a package to cover your parents back home, because what you can afford is what we can give. If you have, let's say, 185,000 for 1 year, you can buy them one of the covers that can give them access to regular checkups and a bed limit of up to 250,000 per year for normal and regular admissions. And you can have up to, let me just run to a good section here. So I'll just give you a sample example of what 185,000 a package for a year can do to your parents in Kenya, is that they can access up to 75,000 Kenya shillings in general ward, 100,000, 250,000 for chronic illnesses and treatment of any chronic illnesses, including cancer and chronic ailments, 350,000 for treatment, 250,000 for diagnosis, and you can also do optical and gynecological surgery of up to 200,000. This is just an example. I don't want to dwell much into the numbers. So what I want to encourage us with the opportunity that you have in having us here today as a Chams Insurance Agency is to come and consult what kind of packages you can take for your loved ones. If they are below the age bracket I've given you, the premiums are even fairer. And if it's a group, let's say you want to take a cover for a group of people, let's say a family of 4 or 5, we can be able to also give you that package. So I'll be within here. So anytime you want to have any further questions about how you can purchase medical covers for your loved ones, feel free to reach out. And that's all about Chams Group. We are here to make sure that you are connected to opportunities in Kenya. I think given an opportunity later, Alex, we can talk more about the extension of these two agencies into how we partner with the KWS and also how we partner with other insurance underwriters like Badview Insurance. But for now, allow me to end there, and hoping that we will get more queries at the Q&A session so that you can respond to the questions that you might have about getting covers for your loved ones back home and also enjoying holiday experiences within Kenya. Alex, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrick. So far, so good. We'll be moving pretty fast, and I think Miles, you should be preparing next. Patrick, is his slide ready?
Yes, ready.
Miles from Unity Homes. So, Miles Hargreaves is the International Markets Ambassador, Unity Homes, and I think he'll speak for himself to tell us more about Unity Homes. And this is the second time here in Houston, and I saw him speak some Kiswahili. I taught you. How do we say welcome? Or you've forgotten?
Karibuni.
Yeah. Tena?
Karibuni tena.
Haya, tumpigie makofi. Asante sana, Miles. Unity Homes have been great partners of Chams Media for a long time, always journeying with them. And pleasantly, I was in Eldoret yesterday, stayed at some of their properties in Eldoret, and I met two diasporians who said they've liked your work. So, Karibu Tena is the...
Yeah.
Karibu, the microphone, the stage is all yours.
Asante sana. Good evening, everyone. Yes, as Alex has already done, I am terrible at Swahili, even after 15 years in Nairobi, so I do apologize. But Unity Homes, as already said, it's great to be back in Houston. I really enjoy it here. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so look, he said, come talk about property, but don't sell your property, keep it short. It's a real challenge. I apologize if I oversell, but I think it's good that we do a little bit of history on Unity. So we've been going since 2015. Our first project was in Eldoret, and since then we basically have been investing in Tartu City. And the reason we'll come on to, but effectively we've done 7 projects, 3 are fully finished. We also have one going on in Nigeria as well. So, thanks. Okay, Tartu City, for those who aren't aware, is a planned city on the outskirts of Nairobi. It's 23 kilometers to the north in Kiambu County, and it's one of the fastest appreciating areas in Kenya. So one of the things that a few things that we really like is the integrity of Tartu in terms of the building infrastructure, so the process for planning, the regulations around the quality of construction that must be done there, and also their commitment to green space. Okay, so they have 764 acres have already been set aside and gazetted for green space, which is 15% of the total city, which I think is pretty impressive. And the news that we've had for 2025 is that there is now going to be a wildlife sanctuary there. So this is in conjunction with KWS. It will be over 100 acres in size. And I think that, if you look at how the city is growing, green space is under incredible pressure in Kenya. It's becoming rarer and rarer. The pressure all the time we hear on the national park, Arboretum, Karura Forest, etc. But Tartu City are very committed to create more, and so we have a very rare opportunity there. I'll mention this briefly about our construction method. I get asked this all the time. What sets us apart? How are we able to build quickly? How do we guarantee the quality of our buildings? It's quite simply that we build with concrete. Okay, we don't use blocks, we don't use cement, we use concrete. So what we do is we partner with a South Korean company that provides the formwork. The formwork is aluminium. It is built to it's as per design for the project. That formwork is then erected, and then effectively we pour concrete and we go up from there. It allows us to build much faster. A 16 apartment building can be built within 2 weeks in comparison to 3 months with traditional building methods. And if you just flick onto the next slide for me, Patrick, there's a quick picture. This gives you a rough idea of how it works. Okay, so we do this, create the mold, pour the concrete, reinforcing is all there, and then we go up a floor, just so that you know. Okay? Okay, so the reason why we're here today was to talk about beyond remittances. So some interesting information. So money sent is money spent, as they say. So remittances from the Kenyan diaspora are in the region of $5 billion per annum, according to the CBK. That's an incredible amount. And when you think about, if we go from a previous CBK survey, that up to 80% of that is family support payments. That's a lot. And what we want to try and do is, diaspora Kenyans, we want to try and shift from sending to support to building lasting wealth. And so how do we make this easier for people? So investing in assets, investing in land, investing in businesses is a long way to achieve this. And the main vehicle, I think, for a lot of people will be the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company, or the KMRC mortgage, which we want to come on to. This is a new product. Sorry, Patrick, can you flip me on one slide? Sorry, let me do this first. Okay, so why would we do this? Obviously, across the world, property goes up in value, generally speaking. There might be the odd crash, but effectively, long term, you get capital gain. Your savings, as you pay money into your repayments of the mortgage, obviously you're building equity. That equity also is very valuable. You can borrow against it. It's something which is better than having cash in the bank, because it's inflation safe. So property is always protected from inflation, cash is not. Okay, and then obviously your rental yield also. So as you buy a property, you get a tenant in, they're paying you a yield on top of that. So capital gain, rental yield, and it's inflation proof. Okay, why do we want to use the mortgage instead of our cash? So look, I don't want to get bogged down in the figures here too much, in case there's any very clever mathematicians that pull me up on my figures, but briefly, leverage allows you to borrow money to increase the return on your investments. Okay, so instead of using your own cash, just to give you a rough idea, two people have 10 million shillings each. The first person puts it all in government bonds. Okay, let's say it's 13.5% return. At the end of 10 years, you get 23.5 million back, including your initial investment. However, if you did, using the KMRC mortgage, this is just a rough example, your 10% deposit against the apartment, 600,000. You put the balance into government bonds, fine. This then allows you to generate an annual rental yield, 420, so over 10 years, 4.2. This is your estimated capital gain based on the performance that we've had for the last 5 years, right? Paying back your mortgage after 10 years, you're still left with a 17 million return. So in total, you're almost 40 million. Forget the number specifically, but the idea is just to show you that leverage is a very powerful tool. Okay, and why have people not been doing this in Kenya so frequently? I think that traditionally, high interest rates have basically made this impossible. So if you are borrowing at the standard commercial rate, which is 18% currently, and your standard commercial rate is 18, your capital gain is 16%, it doesn't make sense to borrow. But if you have the KMRC mortgage, next slide please, Patrick. The KMRC mortgage is 9.5% fixed. So at single-digit interest rate, now this starts to make sense, okay? So 9.5%, you'll get between 80 to 100% financing, up to 20 years repayment period, and it's accessible through banks and SACCOs. Why is this possible? It's possible because...
Greetings, Kenyans in the United States. Michael Zimaji from Chams Media here, and I'm joined by the one, the only. Just because we have this video.
Trust Michael to do this to me. No professionals, thank you. Yeah, okay. Right, it's possible because this money comes from the World Bank and African Development Bank. Okay, so it is not local money within Kenya. So that's where the 9.5% comes from. It's fixed for the entire duration. And the other great thing about it is that there is no penalty for early repayment, and there's no penalty for lump sum repayment. So it becomes very flexible. So if any of you came to me and said, well, I'd rather take the payment plan, I would urge you to reconsider that, because two things. One is I can give you a better price for the apartment if you take the mortgage, because the bank will pay us in full instead of us lending to you, okay? And number two is that we can sometimes get a little bit overambitious in terms of what is possible for us to achieve on a 2-year payment plan or a 3-year payment plan. If you got this mortgage and it was given to you by the bank for, say, 10, 15 years, but you don't want a loan for 10 to 15 years, you are allowed to overpay this as much as you want. That makes a very big difference. So if you have any tough times, you can ride it out paying the minimum amount. When you get bonuses, or if you get inheritances or whatever, selling off another asset, it'll allow you to pay it down much faster. And there's no penalty, because normally when you take a fixed rate mortgage like this, quite honestly, the bank will want every single installment from you. That's the trade-off, but not this. This is to try and help more Kenyans own more property. So the only rules are that you have to be a Kenyan national, you have to earn over 100,000 shillings a month or equivalent currency net per month, you need to not be over-leveraged already, and you will be approved, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and not be over retirement age. That's the other one, yeah. Next slide, please, Patrick. FAQs. Quick one. Okay, so what happens if I can't meet my monthly payments to the bank? You'll get a 6-month grace period to get yourself back on the straight and start repaying, okay? What insurance comes with the mortgage? And obviously if you can't, then we sell the property and repay the loan, yeah? What insurance comes with the mortgage? When you take the KMRC mortgage with a Kenyan bank, the bank will embed insurance costs within the loan. These include credit life, which is basically life cover. If something should happen to you and you die, then your spouse, the mortgage is paid off instantly, okay? Retrenchment cover, so should anything happen to your employment that is no fault of your own, then you'll get 9 months payment protection on your mortgage repayments. And then also there's fire insurance within that, should there be any unfortunate incident. What happens when I retire? Let's say, I was saying to somebody earlier, but if you're basically, let's say you were 55 and you applied for this, the national retirement age is 65, therefore the maximum you would get is 10 years. The bank will always offer you this loan against your retirement age. So effectively, it will always be paid off before you retire. And can you pay off the loan earlier? As I said, yes, you can. Can I sell my apartment during the loan period? Yes, you can, and any equity that you have built in that time period will be paid back to you, okay? And can my husband and wife also be a co-owner of the apartment? Yes, you can buy in joint names. Yes, Patrick. Very briefly, we have 3 ongoing projects in Tauchi City. Unity 1, 1-bedroom apartments, 45 square meters, starting from 5.9. Silver Hill, which is our 3- and 4-bedroom townhouses, starting from 36.1, 218 square meters. And Unity Parkside, which is our brand new project, 2- and 3-bedroom apartments, 80 square meters for the 2, 110 for the 3s, starting from 11.8. And the next slide, please, Patrick. Bit cheeky this, but I couldn't help but put it in. We've been very fortunate with our locations of land, because Unity 1 and Unity Parkside, it turns out, now border this 100 acres wildlife sanctuary, which we're obviously very delighted about. And then this was when this was announced earlier this year and properly last week. Yes, this will be pretty good for us, I think, because it's just the opportunity is so rare. And the last one, please, is a big thank you for listening to me. With the interruptions and everything else. It's very hard speaking after some real professionals and being embarrassed about your Swahili skills. But thank you very much for listening to me. I'll be around. If you have any questions, please do raise your hand. Oh, we have a question. Great. Yes, madam. Yes, correct. No, it will be on your retirement age within the country that you reside. So wherever you are a resident. So if the retirement age here is, I don't know, 70 or whatever it is, the bank will approve you based on that. But just on that, I mean, look, we have seen clients come and they've been 5 years from retirement thinking that they wouldn't get it. They've been offered 5-year terms, but a 5-year loan at 9.5% flat is still better than my 2-year payment plan, effectively 18%, which is what our internal rate is. So it is possible that it will not be based on, it's not based on Kenya per se. If you live in Kenya, it's based on the situation there. If you live here, it's based on your situation here. Yeah, look, sure. It's a very valid question, and I can understand why there would be concern. All I can tell you is that currently across all of our projects in Tati City, our occupancy rates are 95%. So we're not seeing it at the moment. You know, on the one bedroom, your rental income is 35,000 shillings a month. We have a waiting list for those units at the moment. 2 bedrooms. We've just finished a project called Unity East. Again, the occupancy rate there is, I think, closer to 98%. So I'd say the difference is, I think when you move into Tatu City, the standard of life that you get there is quite high compared to other areas. And so you have a very low speed limit. So it's very safe for kids. There's lots of green space. There's sports facilities. We do events for the estate and for the community. I mean, our main objective is to build communities. So we have Easter egg hunts for kids. We do end-of-year estate barbecues. We do walks and cake for retirees. We do all sorts of things, coaching, swimming lessons, for no extra money. This is stuff that we put in ourselves to build communities, to make people sure that they're happy there. And I think when we do this, this is why the occupancy levels stay high. Because for the same money, I feel that you're not going to get this in other parts of Nairobi. Because, I mean, we know that amenities in a lot of places in Kinwani and Kileleshwa, it's just not there. Yeah? So, yeah. No, we would do all of that for you. So, I mean, the reality is, you know, I think 55%, 60% of our business now comes from the diaspora. That's why me and my colleagues travel around the US now on a fairly regular basis. So we want to make this as easy as possible for you. So once you've completed, we will pretty much guarantee you a tenant within 4 to 6 weeks. Okay? And then all you have to do is provide your bank details and to make sure that the rent is paid. But we'll make sure that the rent is paid on time. And we make sure that the tenant has been vetted, that they're not still on probation with work, for example, that they've got a good CRB reference check, etc. So, yeah, we do handle that. Yeah, I think it's important. We want to encourage you to come back and buy a second apartment, not just say, you know, great, we got one. So, no, we do a lot of work to make sure that our customers come back and buy more than one. Anyone else? Yes?
On the picture, the last picture, you showed where Unity Parkside is. Do you mind showing me where the Silver Hill is?
Yeah, sure, yeah. So, yeah, okay, right. So this here is Crawford International School. So from here, there's a road that comes down here, which you see here. You then turn up, and Silver is about here. Okay, it's from this boundary, it'll be about 1 kilometer. Okay, you're welcome.
Can I comment?
Please, Laban, because you've been and I took you around.
I had the pleasure of visiting. I think it doesn't do a lot of justice looking at the pictures. If you visit Kenya and you go on the ground, can you go back to that picture in the one you just came from? Because I was able to see that one, the Silver Hill. It's just just amazing. It has the London feel, you know, for some of us. but seriously though, I think I had never been to Tattoo City until a few weeks ago when I went to visit now, and I was just amazed at how the whole thought process of building a community of 5,000 acres and really just a master plan. It's a master plan community, if I can say. So, if you go to anytime you visit Kenya, just spare about 2 hours, and you go visit the site and you see, then you really can appreciate it more. Way more than Miles is telling you.
Yes. Well, I think it's true. Seeing is believing, because I think also when you're there, it's huge. 5,000 acres is a really sizable piece of land. And the way it's been zoned, there's an industrial area, there's a central business district, there's the residential areas. The whole point of Tartu is that eventually it'll be somewhere where people will live entirely. Because the number of commercial opportunities are increasing all the time. It was made a special economic zone. There are some questions about how this is going to go in the future, but right now a lot of businesses are still moving out of the industrial area because they get great tax breaks to be there, and that's encouraging more people to live there, and more reasons to stay there. And one of the other, I didn't put it on my slides because it's competition, but Tartu City are also doing a development in 2025. So there's the wildlife sanctuary, and then Tartu are building Jibali Towers, which is their two-tiered mixed-use residential, commercial, retail project. But it will again, it's going to drive more growth. And I think that ultimately we all benefit from more people building and investing in Tartu City. And it's starting to take shape now. I mean, like I said, I've lived in Kenya 15 years. When I first moved to Kenya, I worked for a company that sold heavy earth-moving machinery. And we used to go up there to try and sell to the guys when they were clearing the roads, the coffee estate. But when I first went there, I mean, this is 15 years ago, it was just coffee bush. And now it's a city. A city. You can see the city taking shape. But you kind of have to say to yourself, well, where do we see this being in another 10 years? And I think that's the bit. So when you come, like Lavan says, when you come and you see it yourself and you can get that vision and that feel for how it's growing, and it's impressive. It's really impressive. And there are a lot of these sort of planned cities on the outskirts of Nairobi now. There's the government project Konza, there's Northlands, there's Talisi, there's loads. But these are needed. There are issues with planning in Kenya, and I think that these privately owned or these sort of special projects, they are needed, and the standard that people get from them is very high, and they're very attractive places to live. So yes, when aid is cut, it is a problem. Okay, I mean I won't deny it. It's an issue. I mean, there's friends of mine who've been sent home, but I think overall, so far, people really want this level because it's just safe and it's just a better environment. There's no buses, no matatus, no bodas. There's a really strict speed limit. Like, if parents are home, kids outside playing, you don't have to worry about your child. That makes a big difference, I think, when people live there and they get that safety. So, sorry, I can talk all day about Tartu and Unity Homes. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah. Four 4%, that's it. Because for all property sales, you have to pay stamp duty. Or land rates, I'm not sure what they are, but it's not much. But that's, otherwise, I don't think there is anything. Laban, do you know better than me on this?
No, I don't know if she's asking me about the land rate. Because they don't have the typical property taxes we pay here.
Yeah, I don't think so, yeah.
Every year you have to pay property taxes. You buy your land, you pay stamp duty when you buy the get-go. And every year is what they call a land rate. And that's what you pay every year. And
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah, so the big one is your one-off stamp duty at the beginning. That's it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, now you're asking me questions which I'm not 100% sure on. Of your yield, would you, from the tenant? Yeah. So okay. Sorry. So your rental yield is typically around 7%, slightly higher on the one bedrooms. Okay. Yeah. And then your capital gain is between 16 and 18%. Yeah. Okay.
Let me respond to what my sister was asking about the tax on rent. So just like here in the US, you pay taxes on any income, no matter the source. So in this case, if it's rental income, then you have to pay taxes on that. However, if you are paying a mortgage on it, which means you're still owing, then the CPA is here who can explain. Then there's an offset because you don't own the property outright. You're still paying a loan. That's the loan that you have a mortgage. So you really don't, depending on how much rent I guess you pay. I mean, if you're earning
Sure. Any other questions about?
I think if you're taking a property to rent it out,
Mm.
means you're making income on that property.
Yes.
There's something in Kenya they call the MRI, which is a monthly rate of income, and you have to pay 7.5% of it. I'm not a CPA, I don't know, but I guess from my experience, if you're renting a property out, it's not just about your general taxes that you pay, you have to pay everything.
Yeah, I believe you are correct. Yeah, I just don't know the rate. Yeah. Mm. Okay.
If you opt out of that, then you have to do the total income minus the repairs, maintenance, mortgage interest, all that deduction. Then you will pay 5%.
Okay. All right.
How much is about the Unity Park side?
Yep.
I'm sorry if I came in late.
That's okay.
Presentation. How many levels is the apartment?
Oh, good question. 4 or 5. We don't build very high. I'll tell you why. In Tartu City, they're very strict about the planning and the land zones. We generally have all of our plots of land are low density residential. That's how they've been earmarked. And there is a maximum height you can go. Same, and this is what we were saying about how the rules for us are the same for everyone else. So you don't have to worry about buying something in Tartu City and then 2 years later, 5 years later, something else coming up that's maybe 20 stories high, which we have seen in Kilimani, Kileleshwa. Like these, it's just whatever people want to build is just coming up. But no, our units, I think they're all roughly the same. It's 5, that's 3, and I think that was the same. Yeah.
So I have a follow-up question.
Mm.
Because there are only 5 levels, does that mean there's no elevator?
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
It's important for people to understand that if you're trying to buy a unit like that and you're planning to retire there, that you might walk out 5 places.
No, for sure. And well, I would tell you that as it's not something we hide, but I think it's more like Unity Homes was founded as an affordable housing company. Okay, and when we first started in Tartu City, the first units we were selling for 3.8 million. Okay, and now they're north of 10. This is on the 2 bedrooms. Okay. Why this is happening, and I'm sorry if I'm going over time here, Alex. Basically, as the land, we're talking about getting a capital gain of 16 to 18% per year, right? When you own a property, that's great. Thank you very much. I'm earning money. it affects all of the land in Tata City. So the land that we have also not developed yet is also appreciating in value. So it means that when we go to do the next project, we can't put the same value of property on that land. Now we have to increase the spec. And so that has basically been dragging us from affordable housing all the way up to now sort of coming up to mid-tier. I mean, it's just one of those things, and we now have to make a decision as a company, where do we want to go? Do we want to stay in Tata and keep doing this and keep going higher end, or do we want to know and go and do something else? I don't know. That's a decision for somebody else, not me. But that's why, yeah. It's a lease title in your name, sublease.
So what happens with the subleases? Don't you have to have a mother title that's held by someone who holds the mother title?
So our titles are they're all unencumbered, okay?
What I mean is that I have bought property in Africa, Kenya, and when I bought it, I didn't understand because I came from the US, and I just assumed they tell me it's a sublease I own the property. But it's then I want that the owner of the grounds of the property because it holds the title.
No. You have an individual title for your property. Yes, it is at 100%, and you'll get that within 120 days of completion. Okay, because A, we're dealing with Kiambu Land Office instead of Nairobi, which is a bit easier, and B, we do not borrow against the titles. Okay, so one of the things that we're very strict with over is client money. And also, once we decide to develop a piece of land, if that land is currently held as security with the bank, we release that security and provide other security to the bank before we break ground. That's very important. Otherwise, you won't get your title. Yeah, and we need to make sure that our integrity remains at the highest level. So we want to make sure that you trust us and that you get your title very quickly. So no, we're very, very strict on that. We're very fortunate that the founders of Unity, they got quite lucky and were quite wealthy. So we're able to do this without too much borrowing. Yeah, which is good for you, really, to us.
To add on that, I think it used to be the sublease. I think that's what she was asking about. Now they're changing to what they call sectional title. That you buy a flat, an apartment. So like, for example, those ones, you don't own the ground per se. So the ground is communally owned by everyone who are there. But you get a sectional title for your own apartment. Before, what they used to do is they used to have subleases. So that's when they issue the mother title. It used to be the thing that there's someone else. But what they used to do is they used to put everybody to be a shareholder of that entity that is built the apartment. That's when they used to do, so that you own that mother title.
Yeah.
But that has changed now with the new sectional title.
But there are some builders who are still trying to not give you the want you to buy under the mother title. So what happens is that unless you're like a community agree and try to get your subtitles, it becomes like a nightmare.
Yeah.
And you end up at the mercy of the developer because you find out that when you go check in the background and find out that the developer you're dealing with is not the person you thought you were dealing with because the company is owned by so many different entities. But we people here in the US are not aware. So we assume that the same integrity we're used to dealing with here in the US is there in Kenya.
As far as I'm aware, 99% of the people are happy. Look, we all make mistakes. I think a wonky window here and there, which we've had to go back and fix. And that's the other thing as well, is that we are one of the few companies, I think, where we do everything in-house. So from the architectural plans to the construction, it's all in-house. The reason we do that is because of quality assurances. Okay, so it costs us more money to do that, but it means that should you have any issues, I can send the construction team around to fix it straight away. Whereas if we subcontract construction, then I've got to try and get that team back in saying, yeah, I know we signed off saying you'd finish, but I need to get this apartment fixed. So no, we're very good like that. I know. Yep. It's okay.
Like, I want to know, who is your contractor? Are they like American? Are they Chinese? Are they Indian? Are they Turkish? Who's the contractor?
Well, we're quite British at the construction side, yeah. Okay.
And like I've dealt with different contractors, so like how about
yeah. No, that's fine. I mean, look, our two founders they're both civil engineers. Okay, well, one's an mechanical engineer, and the other one's a civil engineer. Okay, and they are, yeah. To be fair, they both got Kenyan passports, but they look like me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, guys, I think what we'll have to do is please come and inundate me with questions afterwards. Otherwise, no one else is going to get to speak, and Alex will be very upset with me. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Miles, for those insights there. And as well, we've really stretched, but what I like is it's about dialogue. It's about dialogue and away from how we've done it in the past, where we came, lectured you, and went. Then we got feedback from some of you. No, you just came here, lectured us, but we didn't talk. So at least you are talking, and I can see experts. Everyone is an expert here. The only thing you have eaten into some of the presentations, maybe Laban till now be shorter. You know, Laban is supposed to have a presentation on tax issues. Who else? Victor. So they probably have sacked some from some of your presentation. But asanteni sana. Just to mention, it's getting a bit cold, but there is plenty of tea here. Only that spare room for dinner. Dinner is just around the corner. We are gonna listen to Kenya Investment Authority. It's a video. Then we'll go to KWS. Our presenters, I think you are all set. Those who have PowerPoints will now really try and make it quick. Maybe we may have 3 presentations, then question and answer. But let's see how it pans out. If you are ready, this is Kenya Investment Authority CEO John Mwendwa, educating us on investment opportunities back home. Let's go.
Jambo Kenyans in the diaspora, welcome to the Daring Abroad session. My name is John Mwendwa. I'm the CEO of the Kenya Investment Authority, and I'm going to talk matters of investment. Welcome to the Daring Abroad session. My name is John Mwendwa. I'm the CEO of the Kenya Investment Authority, and I'm here to talk matters investment. We are here to talk to you about really going beyond remittances. We know that many of you in the diaspora send money back home to friends, relatives, for different objectives. And this session is meant to encourage you to go beyond the remittance narrative to connecting remittances to real investment opportunities. Did you know, fellow Kenyan in the diaspora, that Kenya is now the 6th largest economy on the continent? And this is due to a number of reasons. Key among them are really stable macroeconomic environment. Today, our GDP, despite global headwinds far and wide and disruptions in supply chains, continues to grow at an average of between 4.5% to 5.5% and is forecasted to continue with this momentum into the foreseeable future. We have really a stable inflation regime, stable foreign currency exchange rate that has been witnessed over the past 12 months. And we offer really a very stable geopolitical ecosystem that makes Kenya a hub of investments, not only for you in the diaspora, but for other international investors. Before we talk about the opportunities in the sectors, I would just like to paint the picture of what always is in the mind of an investor. An investor is always looking for adequate return on investment, because for every dollar you deploy or every shilling you deploy, you're looking to get a good return. And a good return is a combination of many factors. And Kenya has got both the macroeconomic environment and the enablers that make investments happen. Road, rail, port infrastructure, a really energetic and dynamic workforce that is among the best in the world. Those are critical ingredients and enablers that enable investors to choose Kenya. We offer world-class investment protection. We have the Foreign Investment Protection Act that enables you as a foreign investor to get all the guarantees that you may need to ensure you do not have suffer the risk of expropriation of your investment, etc., etc. When you invest in Kenya, you are not operating in Kenya alone. Did you know, fellow Kenyan in the diaspora, by setting up in Kenya, you've got global market access to nearly $55 trillion market access. Agriculture, a good sector. Manufacturing, manufacturing in textile and apparel, manufacturing in e-mobility, manufacturing in pharmaceuticals. We have a lot of potential to be able to produce leather goods for export markets, and we are growing this sector to be able to present the nascent opportunities that we have in the leather.
You've heard there, you are a one-stop shop on advice on how to invest back home, from registering your company, complying, and so on. Stand by. Mary Forston, you'll be educating us on how to protect your wealth through insurance. That is Mary Forston, financial educator and expert in insurance matters. Just preparing you as Patrick prepared the slides for KWS, and just to appreciate Monica and Leonard. Monica, raise your hands. Leonard, they've come all the way from Dallas. Tuwapigie makofi. And you know what? They were the first ones to arrive here. They beat Houstoners, you know? Tuwapigie makofi tena. Yeah, and go back with something, you know, sample, go back with something from all the exhibitors here. And also to appreciate Victor Coril watching us from Dallas again. Dallas is huge. Victor Coril, you are online. Thank you so much for watching us. And this is to let you know we are live. For those who can join wherever you are on our YouTube channel, that is Chams Media TV. If you go to Chams Media TV, I've seen some 2 viewers from Australia, all the way in Australia. I think Australia awake. It must be Mchana Huko. Thank you for watching us. And those in Kenya watching these proceedings. I know someone may be asking, yeah, so they didn't do what we did to come here, you know. Why are they watching? They will not have dinner like you, is it? Yeah, so they are just watching. Yeah, you know, then they are not interacting, you know, networking. So that's the difference. But we appreciate our online audience so much. Kenya Wildlife Service is a great partner of Chams Media. You may have been seeing the content we do back home, showcasing you the hospitality sector. We have good partners who make it happen. If you go to our YouTube channel, to my Facebook, you will see we are all over in Kenya, including far-flung areas like Lodwar in Turkana County. So Kenya Wildlife Service sought to give you this message. And we can go slide by slide. I'll try to really summarize, their mandate, just quickly where you see them. I really want to run first conservation, spaces under KWS. You have investments in Kenya parks. We recognize our visitors as important partners in conservation. We therefore work with the private sector to ensure that every visitor's experience to our parks is one to remember for a lifetime. And KWS is telling you that it has identified investment opportunities where private sector shall be involved in diverse investments, such as tourist accommodation facilities, shops, restaurants, hotels, adventure experiences, among others. In other words, those lodges, restaurants, shops you see in the parks, you can operate one, you can own one, and they'll tell you how in the forthcoming slides, that you can lease land in Masai Mara, you can lease land where KWS is as a group. I see Houston, you are very vibrant, Laban, and do a tented camp there and earn some money from the parks. And why invest in Kenya parks? If you can glance quickly, diversification, high return on investment, potential for growth, and so on. Next slide. We'll give you people this slide, we'll share it out. This PowerPoint presentation. And you have those areas, the investment opportunities. And they are listing there the types of accommodation facilities to just get an idea. You can invest in ballooning, canoeing, boating, conference facilities, golf courses. I know Nasa Midamba will be joining us soon. He's the man of golf. Then the general terms, the general lease terms. Go back a little. I think people need to see there. You can read through quickly. I don't have. Are you able to read, Victor, where you are? How is your eyesight? Yeah. Mujisome to duration 20 years renewable, 10 to 15 years renewable, the various categories. I think you have an idea. We'll share this presentation. Other incentives that are there, and this they are communicating to a potential investor and a visitor to their various facilities or parks. Next, the investment process. In a summary from what now I'm supposed to be the messenger without reading that you'll find these opportunities publicly advertised by KWS, the normal tendering process, and you can be keen on their website to get that information. We are there to give you that information whenever it's available. And then, you go through the process. But they are saying you can come up with a proposal. So you don't have to wait for public tendering. You can come up with a proposal, discuss with KWS, and I'm sure you can glance at that process quickly if your eyesight is good. Then selection of investors, scoring and weighing, proposal submission, evaluation, just a glance of the process. And in a summary, KWS wishes to invite private investors and developers to lease, develop, and manage tourism facilities such as eco-lodges, tented camps, shops, eateries, tourism experiences in various locations in the parks, reserves, and sanctuaries. So, thank you. On behalf of KWS. Thank you. Wamesikia, I'm sure they are online watching. Question for KWS? Go ahead. The what? I was saying the approach that it can be through. That it can go through a tendering process, or you can come up and say, hey, KWS, we have this proposal from Houston or from Dallas. Yeah. Great. Kathy, is it? Okay? Gladys. You are the first one I called to confirm your registration. I called almost everybody. If I didn't call you, forgive me, but I spoke to almost everybody. What's your question?
My question is, I'm wondering, if I have a tour company and I'm trying to get people to visit Kenya, how do I work with KWS, or is there any relevance for me? Is there any advantage for me to reach out to KWS in the tendering process? Like, I'm wondering, as a person with a tour company, right? How does KWS help me? How do we work together? How is it to my advantage? Like, I've seen your presentation here, but a lot of people who are planning to go home are trying to start businesses. So I saw your, and I'm wondering, how do I work with KWS?
KWS would have then commissions you discuss. So you are to a company, you'll take people to their various holiday places. So you'll discuss case by case. Then they will, I think, be remunerating you.
So you have to tender, like you said. It has to be like a tendering process.
Not necessarily. Tendering, okay, there are those proposals that you come up as a proposal, so it's not through the process of tendering, so it's not public. Tendering process is where they've opened up and advertised for people to come pitch. But then for this, you are an individual going with a proposal. And in government, I may be wrong, Laban, you may advise, that people go, you want to see even a minister with a proposal. So you are like, this is an idea of how I would want us to work. And then they'll take you through it because it's your individual proposal. Yeah. Patrick, you want to assist me? I think there has been a suggestion we move a little faster because we'll have another session for question and answer. Keep your questions, because if we open up too much, we may sit here forever. So, Mary Foster, quickly educate us on insuring your investments. Keep it short. We'll ask you some questions. Tumpige makofi, Mary. And I'm advised by Edison that for presenters, we remain here. Do you want us to move, or we are okay here? Is she fine here? I'm told Miles was darting around, but it's fine. The camera was trying to follow you all over, quite animated. Mary, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alex, for having us here and giving us the platform. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, again, my name is Mary Foster. I've been in the business for about 17 years. So for those who have very many questions about insurance, you can always come. If you have any doubts that it works, you can always come and I can tell you about it. So how do we protect our wealth through insurance? How do we do that? So when you're building your financial foundation, if you've seen this cake, financial cake, the first thing you need to do is have proper protection. So what is proper protection? So because you have debt, I know you have emergency fund, you think about investment. Everybody's talking about investment here, right? But without proper protection, let me tell you, that investment is not good, okay? As we are going to see. So let's see, what do you protect? So any form of insurance is protection. Did you know any form of insurance is protection? All right. So you have life against death, of course, and sickness. You have health, car, home, renters, business, and so many other insurance. In fact, there are people who protect their hands, right? Like doctors. We know some models who protect their legs, There are many things you can protect. Insurance is important. All right? So, next slide, please. All right. But the primary purpose of life insurance, because it's the most important, is death. It's a death benefit. All right? And as a business owner, we have so many business owners here. Raise your hand if you have a business. All right? Very good. So, the first thing is financial security for your family. If something happens to you, you want your family to live the same lifestyle or even better, right? So with what the beneficiary gets, at least they're able to continue without being financially devastated. You also want to ensure that there's continuity of your business. You don't want your business to die when you die, right? So life insurance can provide necessary funds to keep your business operating even after your death. Let's go next. All right. So when you're choosing life insurance, this is where you don't know, how do I choose life insurance? Which product do I pick? There are so many of them. But let me tell you, they all fall in only two categories. There is term policy, but there are so many forms of term policies. This is just a temporary life insurance. You can buy it for 10, 20, or 30 years. But it's also very important for business owners. All right? So with this type of policy, it helps your business. In case like you have a big business and you need a very big policy, a term policy is affordable. Okay? So you can use it for the same purpose. In case something happens to you, right? Then it pays out. Then there's permanent life insurance. There are so many types of permanent life insurance. All right? So, to mention a few, we have whole life and universal life. Okay? So, this is just term plus cash. All right? So, with these types of policies, they build cash value over time. All right? As we're going to see later, then you don't pay taxes inside of life insurance. So, the money inside of your life insurance grows tax deferred. All right? And you can potentially borrow against your life policy through something called a policy loan. Next slide. So, life happens. So when you're buying any form of life insurance, the most important features inside of life insurance is the living benefit. You want to be able to access your policy when you're still alive, not just when you die, right? And that is, in fact, the biggest protection inside of life insurance. Okay, we are talking about all these investments. We talk about all these types of policies. I know you even have phone insurance. You have home insurance. You have wife insurance, children insurance, whatever you have, right? But who pays for that policy? You, right? So if you get sick, we've seen so many Kenyans getting sick here. Critical illnesses, chronic illnesses, getting into long-term care. Kenyans, we are good at contributing when somebody dies, right? It is just something that touches your heart when you hear somebody has died, and you don't even know the people. We just want to contribute. But when somebody gets sick, how many people go to see these people? Can you afford to not go to your job and go take care of them? No, and that's why, guys, we have to buy life insurance with living benefits. What are the living benefits inside of life insurance? Critical illnesses, in case you're critically ill, in case you're chronically ill, and in case you fall into long-term care. You can have an accident. Don't be looking at long-term care as old people. No. Okay? Anybody can get sick. Anybody can get into an accident, a real bad accident, and you cannot perform activities of daily living. All right? So what happens when you fall sick, if you have a chronic or a critical illness, let's say you have $1 million policy, right? Life insurance is a death benefit. So if you die, what happens? It pays out to the beneficiary. But when you're sick, the $1 million becomes alive, and you're able to start using that money. So if it's a chronic or a critical illness, you may get at least up to, they say 90%, but it's not really the 90%. Insurance, they have ways of looking at how much you qualify, but you get a good amount of money out of that. Okay? So now you don't have to depend on anybody. All right? So you even get well faster if you don't have the stress of money, right? In case of long-term care, it pays out to 2% or 4% of that cash value. Now, instead of liquidating your assets, or the assets we are going to be buying from in Kenya, okay? Instead of liquidating those assets, how can you liquidate an asset in Kenya when you're here? What's going to happen? Inflation, right? So, and then the money even inside of your bank, your checking, your savings, your 401k, it's safe because now you're going to use the insurance money, all right? So then, as a business owner, there are other strategies you can use inside of life insurance. So you have the key person, life insurance. Like Laban, I'm sure you spend a lot of money training people, right? Especially like your managers, the key people in your business. Imagine that person dies. By the time you get somebody else to train them, it took years to train that person. So what happens is the company owns this policy, and now the death benefit is paid to the company, and the company is able to continue and hire other people and train them. Also, as a business owner, you can buy sell agreement policies. These are like if you have a joint ownership. So if your partner dies, okay, you are able to buy out from maybe the spouse. Because the spouse, if let's say like you're doctors, your spouse is not a doctor, how is she going to run that clinic, right? So she can actually be able to sell the part of her business to the other co-owner. Then you have the executive bonus. This is very attractive, by the way, for business owners. So with an executive bonus, this is a life insurance policy offered to an executive of the company, like you're the executive of the company, and then the company pays the premiums, the company is the payer, and then you, as the executive, you're able to deduct from the premiums is tax exempt, and also when somebody dies, guess what? The beneficiaries of this executive are able to receive the benefits. It's also very attractive for like you want to give benefits to the people who work for you. You can give them this like a 401k, okay? So you can give them that as a benefit. And the reason why it's attractive because it's tax-free. Next slide, please. So then now let's talk about taxes. I've been mentioning taxes. Taxes inside of life insurance. Under the IRS revenue service, you do not pay taxes inside of life insurance. Do you know why you don't pay taxes inside of life insurance? Because it comes out of your checking or your savings account. That is considered the money has already been taxed at the end of the year. So whatever grows inside of your life insurance is not taxed. And then also, as a death benefit, it's not taxed. And also, the cash value and the loans, whatever you take out, is completely tax-free. I don't know why you're afraid of life insurance. It remains one of the best products in the country. Okay? Next slide. All right. So as a business owner, there are 4 things to consider. You need to consider, is my money growing? Okay? And is my money safe from the market? All right? In case of a risk. And do I have tax advantages? And do I have protection? So protection, of course, it's a long-term care, critical, and all that. Then you also have the tax advantages. You also have tax-deferred earnings, and we have you don't lose money. So do you know the only product, and I can actually tell you confidently, that will follow these 4 boxes is only life insurance? With policies like Index Universal Life, you can get up to 13% interest. You have guarantees of maybe 0 or 1%. You never go down. And then also you have tax advantages. Why don't you pay taxes inside of life insurance? Because you've already paid taxes, right? And then it's a protection. So inside of life insurance, you can get those 4. So since you have the long-term care, then it's a big umbrella that protects all your assets. So that is a managed growth. All right? So, and just to mention one more thing, there's one policy that is very important for all of us. It's called final expense. A final expense product is just life insurance to put you on the ground. The good thing about the policies like those, the one for burial, they come with something called concierge. With a concierge, it's just like when you come to a hotel. Do you pay for towels? Do you pay like for them to put your luggage at the ballroom? You don't, right? You don't pay for the soap. So the concierge service inside of a final expense helps you, let's say like you want to be shipped to Kenya. It helps with that service, okay? It helps you negotiate prices when it comes to the caskets and all the things that you need for final expense. This is a policy that every immigrant needs to buy, all right? It helps all of us. We don't have to keep contributing. It costs maybe at $50 for most of you here, right? So you need to consider that one. Next slide, and I'm almost done. So Jack Ma said, buying insurance cannot change your life, but it prevents your lifestyle from being changed. An illness can wipe out an entire family's savings that they have saved for decades by the medical bills. Is that true? You will not turn bankrupt because of buying life insurance, but you will cause your loved ones to turn bankrupt if you don't. That is Jack Ma. So let's go to the next slide. So we give free financial workshops, just like I'm talking to you, and so many other things that you need to know. Then you can take free financial workshops. You can come. I have some flyers there. You can scan the QR code and get access to the free financial workshops. The about insurance is the third one, preparing with proper protection, and so many other things. You need to learn about Social Security. Do you want to know how much money you're going to get when you retire? Social Security? Some of you think because you've worked for a long time, you're going to get about maybe $20,000. Can I tell you, even Bill Gates does not get $4,000? Okay? So rate yourself. If Bill Gates gets about $4,000, how much are you going to get? So that's why investment is important. And the next slide. So you can also scan and please do a survey for us. We have a survey that for you to do for us. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for giving me this time.
Remain there, remain there, remain there, remain there, remain there. 2 questions only. Let's clap for Mary again. Let's clap for Mary. Wow, 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 wow. You've seen, we are giving you knowledge on new areas. We really appreciate. Kelvin, how did you know about this forum?
I saw a flyer. I saw a flyer somewhere.
Flying, you saw a flyer flying. Let me try to remember. Leonard. George, how did you know about this? Tama, you come together, so the answer is the same.
I saw WhatsApp.
On WhatsApp group. Houstoners, you are very vibrant, I can assure you. And you know the other thing that really made you vibrant, and it really publicized this event. Thank you so much. So 2 questions for Mary. One.
On the executive bonus, I forget what you called it. Yes. Does it categorize who is an executive?
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Thank you. So, first of all, you need to talk to your tax advisor about what I'm going to tell you. So, there are 3 things that you can have, 3 features in your business. Either your business is a C Corp, an S Corp, or an LLC, right? So, as a C Corporation, the executive is you and everybody who works under you, okay? Then that way, now you can have that tax exemption. But it's not everything that you have the exemption about for. There's a certain percentage, okay? But at the S Corp is not, you're not included, but the people under you are included. LLC, the same thing, but the only one that you get the tax benefits is the tax exempt is only the executive bonus at the C corporation. Did I answer your question? Yes.
Just one more, then we close that session. Hold on.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I don't own a business, but I'm just curious, when you take insurance on your employees, what are the legal and ethical implications? Because do they know that you're taking life insurance on them? What are the rules?
Wow, I like this. I like this, dialogue. This is real dialogue. Thank you.
That's very good. So you know the company is yours, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But then the insurance has this employee's information. Does the employee know that you have that information?
Yes, they do. But let me tell you, many companies do that. What you're asking, big companies do that. Yeah. Yeah. I just know the legal one is at the key life. That one, they agree that the key person, the company buys the policy for that key person so that the company can continue if the person dies. But otherwise, the rest, of course, there are things that happen that are not legal, but that's illegal if somebody takes a policy on you and you don't know. I know that is not legal. But let me tell you something, guys. Buy policies for your families. Don't worry about if other companies are buying policies on you. The most important is the one that you buy and your family benefits. Okay?
Perfect. Buy policies for your family. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Elsa. H-Town. Tupigie Elsa makofi. She needs no introduction and a valued partner of Chams Media all along and ni celebrity back home. She's been featured on Daring Abroad. Tumpigie makofi. It's your turn.
Good evening, everyone. Habari ya leo. Yambo, Lala, you say mzuri. Good, that's a good trial. All right, so it's a pleasure to be here today and to interact with all of you. And really grateful for you, Alex Chamwada, for this opportunity that you've given us as diaspora to be able to connect with people back home in different ways, economic-wise, learn the opportunities that are available, where we can invest, because you know us in diaspora, we like to invest back home. Your platform has helped us a lot to open our eyes and see the opportunities that otherwise we wouldn't have known that it existed. For example, the one for KWS, I didn't know there's a thing like that. So this is wonderful, and I hope you keep doing it. You don't give up. My name is Elsa Kiprotich, for those who don't know me. I am the CEO of H-Town Royal Group, whereby we are a real estate agent team that we are helping people to buy homes, sell, for those people who are relocating, expatriates and nurses who relocate to come live in the US from different parts of the world. As you all know, it's very difficult for people to find housing, to get approved to rent properties when they come. So we have come in and brought that solution for them. We've been doing real estate for over 8 years now. And the other thing that we offer is we offer mentorship program, because when I got into this business, I realized there's not a lot of us. Not because they don't want to, but because they don't know how to get there. They don't have anybody to hold their hands, to guide them through the process until when they become successful. So if you're in this room or anywhere else and you have those people who graduated from high school or they are in high school, they're interested to do courses in business, they want to get into real estate, there's so much things that people can do in real estate. You can be a real estate agent, and I'm looking for people that I can help. I'm glad through spreading this word, I've come across youth in our community that want to be real estate agents as well. You can be a realtor, you can be a mortgage officer, you can do inspection for houses, you can do photography, you can be an appraiser. All this stuff is things that you can get into, and you can be very successful if you have the desire to be successful. But a lot of people don't know how, and they don't know where to start. So remember Elsa today, send me those youth. Let's help our community to broaden what they can get involved into, because these things, they are there. Those people who have done it, they have become successful. Today, I'm going to share about how we can integrate the real estate in the US to Kenya. And I'm very happy about the presentation by Miles with Unity Homes, because some of the things that he presented, it's helping our economy and helping us people here in the diaspora to know that there is a framework that they have come up with, because we are used to systems in place. And I can tell from his presentation that they're trying to put these systems in place, therefore it can work together nicely. Here in the US, we do have several platforms that we use to market property, and I'll talk about one, which is a multiple listing services. So this is the hub where if you are listing a house for sale, we list it there. So all realtors list it there, and then it gets posted to several other websites like Zillow, like homes.com, realtor.com. All that comes from MLS. So MLS is the mother of it all. There is a feature that they offer, which is called HAR Global. What does it mean? HAR Global is people are able to post properties from different parts of the world right here in the HAR for Houston. So HAR means Houston Association of Realtors, and that's the MLS. Okay, just trying to teach you the terms here. Hopefully all of you will graduate at the end of this presentation. So we have HAR Global. So I did apply for access, and they gave me the access to be able to go global, meaning representing Kenya. People do post their properties in Belize, in Mexico, all these parts of the world. But the gap that we have is that we need to integrate it with companies back home in Kenya, whereby we have a system that we started here or we start there, we all collaborate so that it can work. It's going to be difficult for me to advertise our properties here in HAR Global when we don't have integrity and honesty and all that. Because at the end of the day, when we go HAR Global, it's a big thing. There's one for Ghana, there's one for Nigeria, but there's none for Kenya. So there's a lot of opportunity whereby we can tap into, we can help you guys to be able to purchase property and make sure that these people are vetted, make sure that you're not buying air, make sure that the houses get delivered, because we all know that that's the biggest problem that we have here in diaspora. We want to invest in back at home, but we want to make sure that you're not eating my money and at the end of it all not deliver. We hope that we can come up with partnerships whereby we can come up with HAR Kenya, whereby we can do the MLS Global thing for Kenya, so that those people who are looking for properties in Kenya but are located anywhere here in the US, you can be able to get it there. But we won't be able to get there if we don't agree that we need to come up with a framework and systems in place that we can integrate and make it work for all of us. When I worked at Enterprise Rent a Car, the number one thing that I learned there, and I have really taken along with me, along with my business, is the understanding that customer service is key. When people used to return cars at Enterprise, you ask them a question, all the customers, and I don't know, you will tell me if you have experienced this, if you have rented a car at Enterprise. They ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, how satisfied are you with our service? You give them a number, maybe a 7. And they'll ask you, why a 7? Maybe the car was dirty, maybe it was not full with gas, maybe the car had been smoked in by a different person. And then you ask the person, what do I do to make it up to you, to make it a 10? And they will tell you, give me a discount for $50. Give me a 10% discount. You give that person a discount, and then you ask them again, after that has been taken care of on a scale of 1 to 10, how satisfied are you now? They will tell you 10. And that's the thing that will remain in their brains. If you have one customer that's 100% satisfied, it will translate to you getting 10 more solid clients. But if you have one client that is dissatisfied, you will end up losing 100 clients. I want the Kenyan companies to translate this and really understand that by you not delivering, you're shooting yourself on the foot. If there are customer complaints, if there is any issues that needs to be taken care of, come up with a platform whereby you have customer complaints, how it can be handled. And we need to have this spread out there so people understand that this is a company that really cares about me. It's just not about the numbers. It's just not about closing another deal. But for sure, delivering and making sure that the customers are 100% satisfied. And that will translate into growth, that will translate into more business for you, that will help the diaspora people to be able to invest more back home. But when we do this, we stick to it and 100% deliver it. I was thinking, how comes maybe it's a good idea to have a service like the BBB, but for customer service, whereby as diasporans, we want really good customer service. We want people with integrity. We want people who are honest, and for them to deliver. Maybe we can come up with a way where they can get trained to really know this is what we want. This is the kind of communication we want. These companies go through that, they get satisfied and certified, and that's how we get to work with them. When we collaborate together, at the end of the day, it's just not helping one individual. We are touching lives. We are helping our kids. We are building our economy. We are building our communities. We are building our country. And that's all we want. We all want to grow in different perspectives. So the gap between the goals we are planning to achieve is within reach. But that is if we truly collaborate. That's all.
Stand there for the camera. So that was quite insightful. I've learned a lot, and you've been challenged. Real estate in Kenya. Let's manage the systems better. HAR? Say it again.
HAR Global.
Ken, by umesikia loud and clear. Miles. Yeah. The confidence that, actually, truth be told, and I was having a discussion with the PS State Department for Diaspora Affairs, one of the areas that are really of concern is real estate. And even for us, when we come, people really ask us questions. Who are you bringing to us? And Elsa said it. Trust, confidence is key. You please one client, you get several. Did you say 1,000? You?
You please one client, you get 10 solid business. But if one client is not happy, that's translate to 100 clients.
Yes. Yeah, and we are happy to have really worked very well with our partners in the real estate who really have, and you've seen what Miles said, you do your due diligence and you've seen what they've done. Ken will be coming to speak to us later, and we really want to restore that confidence and say, yes, we can work together and pick lessons from here in the US. I know June will be coming later also to share her experience. Is there a question for Elsa? And as you prepare your question, Elsa is so kind that she's offering 1,000 US dollars. Did I get it right? Or is it 100,000? Yeah. Oh, okay. No, 130,000 shillings probably. Yeah. 1,000 USD to someone who will buy property from her to enable you move or something. Have I put it well? Or I'm a reporter, have I misreported?
No, you did a good job. So we are going to give $1,000 to whoever will get the raffle ticket. It might not be you exactly, but if you know anybody else who is planning to move, buy a house, sell a house, we'll give them $1,000 towards their moving expenses.
Okay. Wow, let's clap for Elsa. So if you've not picked your raffle ticket, that was very important. Initially, I saw some leaving and I followed them and I told them, take this ticket. So if you don't have one, go to the desk and get your raffle ticket. And there are many other prizes you're going to win today. Any question for Elsa? You are very clear. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Elsa again. A quick question. So we've been sharing. What is there up for grabs today, apart from what we've announced for Elsa? Just look at what we've been sharing and just tell me what's there up for grabs. What? Okay. There is a return ticket from Safari Link Aviation, domestic return ticket. Just hold on. This is for a couple. Yeah, couple. So, and the Safari Link one is to any beach. There are two beach or bush destination. So I think if you're in Kisumu, you could fly from Kisumu to, it depends, we'll see. Kisumu to Malindi or Kisumu to, they go to Masai Mara and so on. And I'll tell you about the others. I was saying this to introduce Safari Link to speak to you. Safari Link.
Hello there, Kenyans in the diaspora, and specifically those in the United States. Kenyans in the diaspora, and specifically those in the United States. Michael Zimaji from Chams Media here with amazing news for all of you. And because of that, I am joined by none other than
Alex Avedi, CEO of Safari Link Aviation.
Yes. Now, we as Chams Media, together with Safari Link, shall be having our Daring Abroad investment forums in the United States from the 19th to the 9th. Yes, the 19th of this month to the 9th of next month, bringing you amazing investment opportunities in Kenya. And best believe that Safari Link will be participating in those events. Am I right?
Yes, we sure will. And we're very pleased to partner with Chams Media. Actually, we've been in a partnership for a number of years now. And Safari Link is 21 years old today. And we are the biggest operator into parks, into all the game reserves in Kenya. So we fly about 300,000 passengers every year. But we also have an extensive coastal route network. So we're happy, we'll be glad to take you to any of our parks, starting with the famous Masai Mara, all the way down to Tsavo, to Nanyuki, to Laikipia, to Samburu, and to the coast. So we'll be happy to also take you down to Lamu, to Malindi, to Diani, to Mombasa, and to Zanzibar. So in a nutshell, we fly to 18 destinations. and we look forward to you patronizing our services. We do know that you're so important to Kenya's growth. In fact, this morning I was just reading an article that we received in remittances, 5 billion USD. I think it's a record high. And we feel that your contribution to Kenya's economy is phenomenal, and would like to reward you when you come to Kenya with a free ticket. So you have the chance to win a free ticket to any of our destinations. And we look forward to welcoming you on board SafariLink, and see you soon.
Yes, that is right. SafariLink believes in the diaspora. They see the work that you're doing, and what a better way to see or visit your motherland than with SafariLink. So you've heard that right. Anybody who will be attending the forums has a chance to win a ticket for you to be able to...
Thank you so much, Michael Zimanji in Nairobi there. Let's clap for SafariLink and Michael. And just to announce that SafariLink and Kenya Airways have a code share to quite a number of cities. If you go to their website, that they entered into a pact for a code share, meaning you can leave Kisumu, Nairobi, New York on one ticket, you know, or you can fly from New York to Nairobi and connect to their bush destinations like Amboseli using SafariLink. So that's good news. And we were to have Kenya Airways, but they sent their message to say they value you. They'll be joining us in the subsequent forums. And Kenya Airways offered a gift also of $500. So you stand a chance to win $500. Keep that raffle ticket very well. There are so many things. Usipoteze. Mwingine alipoteza akakuja. I was lenient enough to give another one. So 500 USD, which you can redeem on an air ticket from New York to Nairobi or Nairobi, New York. You can upgrade to business class, or you can use it if you have extra luggage for the charges. So that is Kenya Airways. Thank you so much, Kenya Airways. I was asking about KWS. So did anyone find what is up for grabs from KWS? Yes. Let me just read it. So you see, these things are interlinked. If you are lucky, you win the SafariLink air ticket, then that's the ticket you would be using to go to Oltukai Lodge in Amboseli, because SafariLink flies there. And what a coincidence, because it's two people, a couple, or is it the same? Legal people, two people and a couple. I don't know. Okay, so that is Oltukai Lodge in Amboseli. That's the offer we have from Kenya Wildlife Services. Moving on, Joy. Wow. Joy. Let's clap for Joy. So, the Gen Z in the house. Yeah, Gen Zs are quite something nowadays, is it? Yes. Yeah, yeah. So Joy is gonna educate us about making the first step. And she'll share her experience, you know, in education and running daycare, you know, those stuff. Clap for Joy. So, camera, are you seeing us? Are you seeing us? Yes. And online, are you seeing us? So Joy, you'll introduce yourself, a bit of your bio, and just take us through the role of Gen Zs and how you can make the first step by sharing your experience. Karibu.
Hey everyone. Hi, I'm Joy. I'm 27 years old, and you know, like he said, by the way, thank you for the intro and for the whole forum. Like he said, I'm a member of the Gen Z generation, or so they say. So I was asked to speak a little bit about making the first step, because it can be hard, it can be intimidating, knowing that you want to invest, but not knowing like where to start. So a little bit about me. I was born in Kenya. I came here when I was 3. I've lived kind of all over the States, here and there. In my spare time, I like to mentor others that want to enter the finance field. So if you have any questions after this, please come to me, let me know. So I got my bachelor's degree from Purdue University, and I studied finance. And then I got my master's degree from Indiana University, Kelley School of Business, if anyone's from Indiana here. And then I began my law school journey at Loyola University of Chicago. So since then, I've had a variety of roles in this field, management consulting at PricewaterhouseCoopers, banking in Chicago, and then also dabbling in private equity. So throughout my time in these roles, entrepreneurship was like always a passion of mine. So I did it simultaneously. So my first step that I took when I was 24, I started this very small scale but successful trucking company. So that was nice. It was passive. I just hired drivers, dispatchers, the trucks, and it was a nice experience. And then after that, when I was 26, I bought a daycare, which is what I have now, and then began to manage a rental property as well, which just happened to fall in my lap. That wasn't as planned, but it's taught me a lot. So when you're new and figuring out your way, the tips that have helped me the most are, first of all, having the idea. There's 3 pillars, right, of a new investment. The first one is having the idea. The second one is having the opportunity. And then the third one would be acquiring the finances to make it successful. So first, the idea. Okay, if it doesn't, as a new investor. So, like, for example, the daycare idea, I never thought I'd own a daycare. That one just, like, just came to me. So if you don't have the idea, that's fine. You can look online, which is one thing I did. I would look for, like, businesses that are for sale, network with other business owners, and sometimes they'll let you know, like, who wants to retire. And also, sometimes I just study successful business people and make note of, like, what I can do to replicate what they've done. And then the second pillar would be the opportunity, right? So you might have, like, a super great idea, but it's not in the correct geographic market, or there's too many entrance barriers, and it's probably not going to be successful. So that's a very big thing to look at, to do the research needed to find out whether there's an opportunity to succeed. Then the third one, the biggest one that I have found, being younger or being new to investing, or just being newer in your career, would be finding the finances for it. So a typical route to take is just to secure a loan, but that's not always very easy. If you don't have, like, many years of experience to show for it with the bank, or other things that they look at, credit score, salary, other things that you may need for a loan. Excuse me. So I have found creative funding works as well. And that one works, just as well, if not better, because you can think outside of the box. You can offer other things besides just, like, repayment. You could offer equity or different creative, structures. You can offer some kind of a deal in the future if things are successful with your business, or you really get to just make it your own thing. So to put yourself in that position, I have found that you really have to, like, put yourself out there. Like, for example, what I'm doing today, right? Or like last year with this event. So that really just puts you in the position to meet other business owners, to meet other people that want to invest, other people that might have the money but don't want to own the businesses themselves, and they're just looking for somewhere to, invest the money and have their passive income, like, generate their interest, things like that. So just networking with the correct people, getting ideas for creative funding. You can do that online as well. There's lots of groups for funding, for investments, for things like that. It doesn't have to be just in person. So that has been the 3 things that I kind of structure in my mind when I want to, venture into something new. I cannot stress enough how important it is to network. Like the trucking company, again, that was another thing I never thought I'd own, because I'm too small to operate a truck. Like, my own car, I sit on 2 pillows to drive, so. But, a fellow person that I networked with told me about how they have a trucking company, how it's great, how it's something that I should look at getting into, and then I did. So really just like networking with where you want to be in life, networking with the people that are there or that are on their way there, and then you kind of just learn and grow together. And those steps together, I feel like, have helped me take my first steps as like a Gen Z investor. And if you have any questions afterwards, I'd love to answer them.
Wow. Let's say wow.
Wow. Thanks. Wow.
Yeah, she told me to introduce her as Just Joy. Yeah, that Gen Z, like just that, joy. My son is called Leon, and just tell people Leon and leave it there. Yeah, but she's Joy Wanja. Joyful, I like the way you chose the name. Joy, and the company is Joyful
Days Academy.
Joyful Days Academy. Let's clap for Joy again. Making the first step. Thank you so much. Any question for Joy? Yeah, and for just this one, Joy, if you don't mind, Joy. So the cameraman is saying, what were quick one.
What was your last paycheck?
When was your last paycheck?
Also have more funds to fund, an additional investment. So unfortunately, still collecting paychecks now. But I did take about 6 months or so off.
Great, let's clap for her. Victor, you've not asked me the same question. My last paycheck was in 2013. I was 42 years old when I quit Raw Media Services. Wow, I was too old. Laban, your question? Yeah, very well. I'll allow only one. Kevin, eh?
Yeah, Joy, very wonderful presentation and very proud of your achievements. Very rarely do you find Kenyans who've actually evolved to management consulting, so I'm very happy to hear that, and especially for you as a kid. And I see her as she's a kid. She's a kid. So, yeah, but my first question to you is, now that you went back, are you thinking, because of your experience that you have from prior, your schooling and your prior work experience, I'm interested to know what you're doing next. And then, depending on what you're doing next, I'm also interested to know what you learned from management consulting and how we can apply it. And then the second question is, how you got into daycare. Daycare is a very tightly governed and a lot of regulations and everything. Keen to know what hurdles you had to actually go through to get that in place. And again, congratulations, very good work.
Okay, so the first question, where I want to go professionally. I spent some time in banking, and I really, really liked that. I was the vice president at a bank's headquarters in Chicago, and I helped the CFO with operations. And I feel like that was my favorite job. The only thing I didn't like was that I had to be in office 3 days a week, and it was in Chicago. Whereas now it's remote work. So professionally, like my current client in consulting is a bank in New York, an investment bank, and I really like that. So if I were to like exit to client or leave the consulting field, I think I'd go back to banking. I really loved that. I think I was passionate about it. And then how I found the daycare. So I was looking at businesses for sale online. I was originally looking at makeup and hair salons. And then that deal fell through, and I thank God it did. I feel like everything just happens for a reason in my life. Not to offend anybody who's maybe not Christian, but and then I saw this daycare for sale that like on their headline, they said that if you buy the daycare, you can sponsor visas for family members from other countries to come here. So that's when, like, you know, my ears perked up and I got interested because I was like, oh, I could bring like my cousins and stuff from Kenya. It ended up being much tougher than that, and you probably can't. I haven't even gone down the road of that. But just seeing that headline is what made me look at that business's financials. And then it made so much sense because daycares are very consistent. Unlike retail, like stores and restaurants that can fluctuate with different economies, with different seasons. A daycare is like once the parent has decided their child is going there, you know how much tuition you're going to bring in that week, that month. Like you can plan for the future. It's not, there's no surprises. So again, I got very, very lucky after that. I bought the daycare from this retiring Black lady, and she's basically taken me under her wing, like literally as her daughter or something. Like I go to the family gatherings. So she's taught me everything. Everything with licensing. She still steps in from time to time if we need help. Like she'll come physically and help, and she doesn't ask for anything in return. So that's been a blessing, and it's enabled me to want to expand in daycare, like get, you know, more and more locations under like the same brand. But yeah, that's how I've been able to do it. Just God, basically.
Thank you so much, Joy. We are joyous, or is there an English word like that, or joyful? Joyful. Joyful. Let's clap for Joy. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciated. Yeah, and well done. Congratulations. You are an inspiration to many. God bless. Sindio? Asante. Let me move the podium again. So, Victor Osoro, it's your turn to educate us on tax obligations. Tumpigie makofi jameni. Victor, keep it brief, and I think that's one of the most sought after
the presentations.
Here.
Wamenikata time, sawa. Anyway, it's I only could talk after a young Gen Z. I'm gonna bore you guys with life, taxes. Two things are certain in life: death and taxes. So I don't know how many Gen Zs are here. Show of hands. Nah, I didn't want to say. I mean, come on, Houston. Only one Gen Z here? Really? Really? We're not doing very well, but she's done so well. And while I was asking her about her first paycheck, actually, I was trying to relate to her. The last time I had a paycheck through a job employment was 2003. And I was that age. So that's what I was trying to figure out, compare what I went through, what he's going through right now. And the most common thing I see, especially with minorities, is business finance. It's hard. I've been doing taxes for 22 years now, and I ventured a little bit out to do automotive technology because my first degree was accounting and automotive. And I did automotive Joe Vigaro service. Some of you are my clients here, didn't pay me. I see, yeah. And the most annoying thing was what she was going through, business finance. UCAB on Friday, your employees need to get paid, you need to pay AutoZone, you need to pay Excel, and guys haven't paid you for your service. And they're telling you, please give me the car, I'll pay you next week. They disappear. So you don't have a line of credit. It makes it hard for young entrepreneurs, especially minorities. All right, so I'm going to talk about taxes. And, something with taxes, you don't just go to school once and that's it. Every single year there are new laws. Kenya, you had the finance bill that you had to cry about, riots. Here we had the one big, beautiful Bail Act. And I was in Kenya at that time when they passed it. And Chams asked me to speak, so I came here on Wednesday, last week, and it's 870 pages. So what I did is I picked up the normal things that affect us, because some of them don't affect you. If I go through them really quickly because of time, the first pick I could take from there was the standard deductions. So normally when you have an income, you subtract a standard deduction or an itemized deduction. Then you also subtract tax credits. Then you pay tax on that according to your tax rate. So for this particular year, single is 15,750, married filing separate 31,500. What this does basically, it makes the tax return very easy to prepare. Because if you own a home and your mortgage interest is about $12,000, your property tax is about $8,000, $20,000. Your standard deduction is $31,000. What else are you going to subtract? Zip. So you just take a standard deduction. And why IRS is doing this basically is trying to reduce the workload that they have with new AI in the system and all that. They don't want to tell you, oh, hey, I'm a nurse. Hey, I bought uniforms. I bought shoes. I did this. That form 2106, they removed it completely. So they want to make taxes very simple to prepare in the sense that one day you don't need a tax preparer. I'll be moribund. I'll be kaput. If you look at the Kenyan tax code also, many people use iTax. How many of you filed your taxes already? By June 30th in Kenya. You know it's an obligation. You have to file your taxes by June 30th. If you don't, there are penalties and interest. So how it works is this. If you open a bank account in Kenya, if you got an ID or anything, trying to get a driver license, you use the PIN. That PIN is stored with the KRA database. And one day you're going to buy a property, it's going to come up. So I'll beg you guys to do your due diligence, file your taxes in Kenya as you do it here. It's very, very important. The second thing I picked up from that bill was no taxes on tips and overtime. So tips up to 25K, you're able to subtract from your income. All right? Then overtime, up to 12,500. There's a little bit of skippability how you're going to get your W-2, because it's a lump sum. Then I don't know if there'll be a line item to show how much overtime you had. Then you're able to subtract that. That's still been debatable. So I wouldn't know until that time they come up with a way of doing it. The third thing I picked up was the Trump child account. Trump child account. You didn't hear? Okay. So any child born between this year, 1st January 2025, until Trump leaves, 12/31/28, if your child is born and is a U.S. citizen, and one of you has a Social Security number, one of the parents, the U.S. government will remove $1,000 into that account for your child. $1,000. And you can contribute up to $5,000 every year. Okay, until age 18. All right? That's one tick about that. So, if you are not a U.S. citizen and you're getting a child, make sure you get a child a U.S. citizen. That's a lot of money. $1,000 for any newborn January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2028. Also, any child below 8 years old, you can open an account for them. There'll be no $1,000 for them, but you're able to open an account for them if the child is 8 years and below. Then you can put in up to $5,000 every year. Now, tax implications for that. There is no tax advantages for that at all. Just like a Roth IRA. There's no tax advantages for that at all. That's going to come after tax. However, they're encouraging businesses to contribute to your child's account. Business can contribute up to $2,500 per child. So if you're working for a very good organization and you want more benefits, your workers can come together and push for that. So some businesses will do that. Why? When the business pay for you, it's tax deductible, but not for you guys. All right, I'm going to go forward. Another thing that I saw was about American cars. Anybody buying a new American vehicle and you get a loan for it, the interest that you pay on the loan, up to $10,000, is tax deductible. All right? There was a couple of fights between Trump and Elon Musk. So the EV credit is going to end September 30th. So if you want to buy an electronic car, you have until September 30th to buy to get $7,500 credit. Okay? Another thing that I picked up was home energy tax credit. Those guys, all of you own homes here. I think most of you guys own homes here. So rooftop solar systems, all right? Geothermal heat pumps, all right? You must get that installed by December 31st this year. So, there are many guys who are going to come to your house, hey, we're selling solar, blah, blah, blah. You're going to get a tax credit. So you can engage in that contract and make sure it's paid, or you have a loan to pay off the contract by December 31st this year to get the home energy credit. Another thing that I picked up, very peculiar. If you're on scholarship, medical scholarship, you know what I mean, Medicaid, all right? There is no obligation for you to prove income. However, if you have a child or children below 14 years of age, all right, and they're on Medicaid, you have to prove that you worked for at least 80 hours a week to continue getting Medicaid for your kids. Yeah. 80 hours a month. 80 hours a month. So 20 hours a week. So you have to prove, I think, by December 31st, 2026, no more freelancing. So you have to have a job or community service, and you have to give in 80 hours per week signed by your employer that you have to submit to the Medicare authorities and all that. Okay, another thing that I picked up that affects you guys again, people own homes. Whenever you're doing the itemized deductions, you realize there was a limit on sales taxes, that is state and local taxes. There was a cap for that line for only $10,000. So you own $1 million home, you're paying $29,000, $30,000 on property taxes. You can only deduct $10,000. For example, medium home ownership here is about, let's say, 400 grand at about 3%. You're paying about $12,000, right? You couldn't deduct $12,000. You could only deduct $10,000. Now compare with guys who were in California, Maryland, other eastern states, where they have state income tax. So you've earned your money, you've paid federal income tax, and you've paid a state income tax about $7,000, $8,000, and come and do your federal income tax return, you have a limit of only 10 grand. All right? That was really hurting. I was seeing many people hurting. So that has gone up now to 40,000. All right? That's gone up to 40,000. That's a good take I saw over there. Another interesting take, charity deductions. So many of you are Christians and, you give your pastor tithes and all that. I see people giving 20,000, 30,000, right? So if you're a married couple then, before the OBBA, and the standard deduction was 28,700, and you don't own a home, you don't pay property taxes in an apartment, and you're donating 15,000, you couldn't deduct that. Your standard deduction was higher. Right? Now, it doesn't matter whether you're going to itemize or you're going to take the standard deduction. There will be a line item. If you're single, you're able to deduct up to $1,000 of your charity contributions and tithes. And if you're married, up to $2,000. So even if you itemize, you still have a line to deduct your charity deductions and your tithes. And many people used to complain about that. Hey, deduct my tithe and all that. But now you're cool. Child tax credit also for your kids went up $2,500. Simple. Another take I saw, health savings account. Health savings account basically tax advantageous. If there are payroll deductions, you're able to deduct that in your taxes too. So I'll always tell high income earners, number one, maximize on 401k. Number two, your health savings account. All right, so it went up. Single is 4,300, married filing. Joint is 8,550. It went up. The new thing is this. For your health savings account, you could use it for your doctor, drugs, and all that. New thing, gym payment. Yeah, you can use it for gyms now. I mean, they want you guys healthy. You don't just sit around. Now you can go to the gym and use your HSA. So don't maximize. Also maximize on HSA. Don't leave out HSA, then pay income tax, then go use your money, pay taxes for medical. That's down. Maximize your HSA, all right? And it doesn't expire. Even if you get to 90, it doesn't expire. It's still going to be there. Now, the FSA is the one that expires on December 31st. All right? The HSA doesn't. So that's a good take. Now you can go to the gym. Even me, I'm going to go to the gym. So another take that I took was 529s for education. So you can use it for tuition too, not only for college tuition, elementary tuition too. You don't wait for college. Chams is pushing me hard. All right. this thing is big. The tax is so big that I can't go over it. Then, if you're a business person again, the tax rate remains the same. The business guys like Trump. You know, if Trump didn't win, the business corporate tax would have been going up to 35%. Now it's going to remain at 21%. Yeah, so if you're earning 110K, you're single, you are paying 22%, 24%. Company is paying less than you. All right, so business guys like Trump. Another good thing I saw about that was the Section 179 deduction, bonus depreciation. Buying vehicles with a gross vehicle weight rating of 6,000 pounds. The car weight over 6,000 pounds. Chevy, Tundra, the Mercedes-Benz SUVs and all that. This is a permanent now. 100% deduction. So long as you use the car 50% for business. So if you're going to buy a Porsche for 85,000 and half of it is for business, you're able to write off 85 grand. Yeah. If you use it for 50% for business. You must have a business. Right? So don't buy a car and think you're going to write it off like that. No. You must have at least 50% use of that vehicle for business. All right? One thing that I see many people don't know is the FBAR reporting, foreign bank account reporting. I was talking to some few guys here, and there's a few CPAs here, but very quiet. If you have a bank account overseas that's over 10K, you need to report it in your taxes. How many people know that? A few guys, yes. You need to report. Now, another question that's been asked is like, what about stocks? So, if you're buying stocks, for example, in Kenya, KPLC, or directly, right, and you hold the stock and it's $1 million, you don't have to report that. However, if you're using a stockbroker and you have more than $10,000 sitting there waiting to buy stocks, then you have to report that one. All right, we're clear on that one? There you go. Chams is pushing me hard. Let me do the Kenyan thing when I go. Basically, before I go there, many people, some of them work without Social Security number. You come here and you can't get eligible. You're a tax professional, because you can also get what you call an individual tax identification number, IT number. It begins with a 9. And you can use that to file your taxes. You can use that to engage the bank and other things. Even nowadays, even a credit union campus to take that. My number one client grosses $12 million as of 19. The way bring them up. We can help. We can help. And go ahead and get in the system and start a business and run it and make it. On the Kenya scenario too, it's a PIN number. You must have a PIN number. Most of you guys 15 years ago. That number is there. If you had a bank account in Kenya, the number is there. So I tell people, if you're not having any income there, you're a student here, log into a KRA iTax account, send them an email. They'll do multi-factor authentication with you, and you're able to get your PIN. All right? It's not easy. You can't, come see us. Come see us to help you with that. And basically, in Kenya, why do you have to file tax in Kenya? It's because probably you have a rental property, right? You're running a business there. So that's why. That's why. You need to, if you don't have none of that, go online, file a nil return. And you're good. But for the other guys, rental income, like we were talking before that, it's gone through that, you have to file. Some tenants report to you, know that? They do. So please make your tax obligations are done with Kenya. Sometimes you go to the airport, they can be very nasty with you, they don't like you. The issue again about double taxation, Kenya doesn't have a U.S. tax treaty. Kenya and U.S. don't have one. Kenya has 15 tax treaties. I think Canada is there, UK is there. I didn't see USA, and we send most of the money. So our diaspora, we need to come up together and do something about this and try and get that done. And even if you don't have that, we have foreign tax credits. So any income that you make over here, do you know you're supposed to report it in Kenya too? You're supposed to report your wild income, right? So you're supposed to report, get your tax return here, report how much money you made, how much is taxable, then how much tax you paid with it. You'll get what you call a foreign tax credit, all right? So if the taxes you paid here are more than what you'll have paid in Kenya, then you're good. But if you paid large taxes here than what they paid in Kenya, there'll be a small amount of money you got to pay. So you have to report that. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's a good thing. And I'd listen to Miles presenting about homes and mortgages. It's good. It's good to report your income in Kenya too. When you're going to get a mortgage with them, it reflects. You know, it reflects that you have income here and income there. And you're trying to get a mortgage may be much better for you. Isn't that right, Mike? Correct. No, not Chams and Miss Mama. So I think I'll leave it at that. And if you have any queries, any questions, you can come see me, Victor Soro. I'm there on Wellcrest. And you can find me in the booth and we can exchange more. Any questions?
Makofi tena kwa Victor. Forgive me, Victor, that we'll tweak the program a little and have more questions after dinner, so stay around for dinner. We'll have time for questions later. Keep that question there because we have to really do a turnaround because of time. And I was looking at we used to call it Mwakenya notes, and I was like, oh my goodness, But he's done, and it's to summarize and to demystify that complex subject. It's not easy. We've learned a lot.
There's one thing I forgot.
Yes.
And remittances is Kenya. So there'll be a 1% tax on your remittances if it's an electronic cash transfer, money order, etc. However, if you're going to use a U.S. bank account or a debit card, there's no tax.
So what's the implication of that? If they use a bank account?
Many people go to Western Union and send money, hard cash.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
That's important.
So your SendWave account should be tied to a bank account here. Yes. Then you use a debit card to send it. That is the way out. All right.
We are worried. Wait. Will that reduce the remittances we are receiving from you guys? Is it a deterrent?
Not really. But remittances have gone down for the last 1 year because of some other things. I want to get into that. Yeah, it will not. It will not. So keep it to your bank account. The reason behind this is just to find out who you are, where you're sending your money to. They don't want criminals using other ways to do that. That's the only primary reason.
Okay. Yeah. Makofi kwa Victor. Thank you, Victor. But hang around, we'll have questions for you after dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, so far so good, we love this. And remember, our partners are still here. You listened to Miles, interact with him. He'll give you a contact, make follow-up. And like all other partners, they'll still be here, I think, for 2 or 3 more days. So I'm sure there'll be follow-up. You need to meet them here and there. So it's not just today. So Laban will educate us on some of the key legal aspects of business that we need to understand. Nawe ni mfupi, sijui tusongeshe hii tena ama. Edison.
Okay. On a good day, I'm about 5'9". Leo najua kukuwa najua, so that is the reason why. If it rains, you'll see me very tall. But you know, sweet things come in small packages. Where's Joy? Sweet things come in small packages. So please, usisahau. You know, this is my field is so wide that I couldn't figure out where to start or what to narrow down to. And I had thought of narrowing it, making it an issue of business, because this is a lot of talk about business. And so I'll sort of narrow down to some of the key things that I'd like to share. But first, let me thank Brother Alex and Chams Media for this platform. And of course, all of you who have come here to fellowship. And of course, the Houston community that has always been standing strong and always welcoming to our guests who are coming from home or elsewhere. So we really appreciate it. Please wapigia makofi. Chams Media, you know, these are with us from Kenya. So I kind of thought about what we would be looking for. And I want to put it in the context of whether you're coming from Kenya, coming to do business here, or whether you're a business person, or you're someone who wants to start a business. So it's just some basic fundamentals of what you need to do. First, of course, is recognize that there are laws that exist, and we must do business within the laws. So be it from starting a business, if you're going to register a business, there's some laws that govern that. Best thing is consult an attorney to guide you so that you're able to know what is the structure, what is the formation of the business that you want to talk about. Now, we do hear of a C Corp and S Corp that Sister Mary was talking about, an LLC or an LLP, you know, all those. Get to understand what exactly does that mean. Most of the time, those connotations really imply two things. One is about tax, which Brother Victor has just talked extensively. The next one is about risk or liability. So when you're setting up a business, you have to worry about what are the tax implications of the entity that you incorporate. And then what is your exposure? What is your risk exposure as a company? The next thing I would say is, if especially, well, actually for both, understand the industry. I was talking to Brother Daniel, where's Daniel, a few minutes ago, and he was saying he wants to run in, you know, venture into this business. And Joy talked about the same thing. Do some research. Get some background about the business you want to venture into. Find someone who's doing that business. Get a sort of what are the ins and outs of that specific industry before you jump into it. If there is any other incentives in that field, you know, be it tax incentive, even locally here within the Houston area, you will find the city providing some incentives for Black-owned, woman-owned, minority-owned. Find out what benefit can you get from tax breaks. Or sometimes if it's a venture, let's say it's something you want to do with the government, be it local or national government, what are the incentives that you can find? What grants may be available for that kind of a venture? And then, of course, funding, you know, how are you going to get your money? Is it a loan? Is it savings? Is it a partnership that you are bringing in expertise and someone else is bringing in the money? So find all those. And then if, for example, for those who are coming from home, coming here, you need to know your legal status or what kind of visa that you're going to need so that you can run the business you want to run business. There is nothing that stops a foreigner from running a business here. You know, just being a foreigner does not stop you from running a business. You just need to know. Most of the time, what they care for is tax. You know, what Victor was talking about. You come to a business here, but pay your taxes on them. You can even come and sell weed. That's how Uncle Sam. I'm not advocating for you to start planting weed in your backyard, but whatever it is, what they really care for is. But of course, seek legal counsel and a CPA to guide you. The other stuff, analysis, competitor analysis, look for partnerships. Almost everybody who has come up here today is my partner in one way or another. I have interacted with them, consulted with them. They're my clients, and I'm not trying to say the clients who come to me, most of the time people think the clients are just criminals, trying to get out of jail. That's a very small component. Most of the clients we have are people we consult in terms of business. And Elsa does her real estate. She wants to venture into this and that. We talk. Miles wants to come here, has clients here who have interest in buying properties in Kenya, and their contracts that needs to be signed. We partner with them. Any kind of venture that you want. So look and find good, credible partners that you can work with. And I'm glad to tell you that right in front of you, there's a very formidable, wonderful, a man of very high integrity who can make a very good partner in your business. The next thing is, of course, network. Reach out. Go to events like this. Get to hear what is out there, so that you're able to know what else is out there. One of the things that I think about Kenyans, and this is the joy that was giving me about joy, is that we have a side hustle. There's always a side hustle. You have your day job, but there's something else, that we are looking for. So we're in real estate, we are cleaning businesses, we have, which is really a very good thing. So don't be limited in terms of what we need to do. But that comes from networking. You come to events like this, you get to hear what is out there and so forth. There are many other things about intellectual property I was going to talk about. I was talking about consideration for currency exchange, especially for cross-border business. Cultural awareness, you got to know, especially if you're coming from Kenya, you're coming to meet here. Who are these people and what is it? Some of us came so long time ago, we don't even know our way home. And so we've changed completely. So if you're coming to market to us, find out a little bit, how do people in Houston behave? People just, don't care about you. Language barriers, some people here, the accent, is... and others, it has changed. I'm sure even some of us at home, when we speak to our kids keep saying, huh? What is that? What'd you say? But all in all, I think the parting shot is, please seek professional counsel in whatever it is that you're needing to do. When you have a car broken down, you don't go to a dentist. You simply go to a mechanic and they fix you up. When you have a legal issue, you don't go to your nurse, to get your legal, because there's a lot of street professionals out here. People who come to me, they tell me, but I was in the street and I was speaking to Kamau, and Kamau told me. I said, what can Kamau do? Oh, he is a truck driver. Well, so how does that got to do with, what, we are talking about? And I'm not trying to say that you can't ask around, but the point here is, please seek professional counsel in whatever that you want to do, so that you do it the right way, you mitigate any kind of issues that may come down the line. So with that, I guess the questions will come later. But the one number that I want you guys to save is 713. That's my phone number where you can reach me. 446-6339. I only came with business cards, and I'm open 24 hours. We work in the same WhatsApp group. 713-446-6339. And make sure you put us in the same WhatsApp group with your pastor, with your doctor, on speed dial. With that, thank you very much. Please, bring him a coffee, tafadhali.
Laban tumpigie makofi tena. If you go to our YouTube channel, and by the way, subscribe. link to our YouTube channel. It's a must. It's a channel you must subscribe to. You'll find Laban there. The USA is from Laban. Who else has been featured on our show? John. Hey, kumbe mnajua. Who else? Elsa. Wow. There was Mably. You know. Fantastic. Now, Laban decided to thank me for giving him this chance by inviting me to a coffee somewhere. And I think wakuje tena ama wanisindikize. Yeah, where is that? He's invited Chams media team for coffee somewhere. Hapo ni wapi?
Yeah, so I'm a true hustler. I know that we talked about side businesses that we've been doing. I'd been running a restaurant called Sugars, where you come and get your sugar fix, But it was food, very nice Cajun, East African cuisine. But I came to realize, my goodness, it was just not. Oh, that's maybe the other thing I need to say. And maybe I need to another day just to speak about this, because I can write a book about all these hustles. But no, it's not running anymore. So Sugars has unfortunately closed it end of last year. But I've invested in another food business, which another side hustle. which I will tell you more about it. Because I realized that business required personal presence. You have to be there. It's something. Some of this business, a customer calls you and says, "Are you at the restaurant?" You say no. Sasa kuji basi utakuwa kwa siku gani? Now you're wondering, what has your hunger got to do with me being at the restaurant? Do you call Jack in the box and ask him, "Mr. Jack, are you at the restaurant?" But it was out of love. All those calls were because people wanted to come and support me and so forth. But I just found out that it was very intense in terms of the care that it needed. And sometimes you have to know that, this is intense. And then you try something else. And that I did. And I can write a book about that. Maybe we'll talk more later. What was the name of the place? Sugars Restaurants. But now I'm in support. Yeah, so now I'm in support of a sister. Many of you know her. I'm our sister Zane, Mombasa Street Eats. And it's really coming up. She has a kitchen by the Galleria. It's catering and pickup, Uber Eats, DoorDash, that kind of thing. But also catering for weddings and, corporates, lunch. You can, order for lunch menus and all that. It's a restaurant, I've found out, because a lot of people do ordering. My sons just tell me, "Dad, I'm hungry. I'm gonna Uber eat." It's like, wait a minute, you don't want anything from the fridge? Nah, Daddy, I'm just gonna go Wingstop. So that's the new norm with the Gen Z and the new generation. Anyway, so thank you guys. Thank you again.
You have advertised too much, but I forgive you. Makofi kwa Laban. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now, culture shock. What? Do you know, for me, the first time I learned of a microwave was in the United States of America. This is in the year 2000. I'd come for internship exchange program with the Voice of America, my first time in America. And then my host, and the houses can be so boring, and ni mtu mmoja ameenda job. So nakwambia, yeah, sort yourself. Here nobody takes care of you. Warm the food in a microwave. Then what's a microwave? My goodness. I didn't know what a microwave is. He just showed me and went. I ate cold food. And then the following day I'm going to work. So you remember the days of stagecoach, the buses, where you had to run. And if, to get space, sukuma, yourself, that thing enters you. So a bus came and I was running and went, I'm looking for a seat. Poop. Little did I know that I've sat on there. Is it reserved, the priority something? Yeah, and all the people sitting there stood. And you see, you know those buses where nobody's talking, but they're just looking at each other. So they stood and left me with 5 seats. It's like, that's a lesson. Then it taught me a lesson. That loneliness, and the people have stood, then I started realizing I've made a mistake. Culture shock. Now, quickly, I was just building up on what Laban said. Learn wherever you are going as you do stuff. Wow, I can see this is attentiveness. Ken by MD, Centum Real Estate. With Centum, I can talk and talk and talk, and I hope your PowerPoint is ready. Centum Real Estate have partnered with us the longest when it comes to the real estate. He'll tell you their story. They have property in Vipingo. If you know about Two Rivers, here is Vipingo, Uganda, and most of the partnerships that we've done really with Centum span across the world. We've been with them to Australia. And what I think, Ken, you are lucky is the real estate questions are really common, and Miles seems to have really answered most for you. But I think those that are not unique, or rather that are not similar to what Miles was subjected to, then Ken can respond to. So we want to appreciate Centum Real Estate, and we are with them all through for the next 1 month on this roadshow, and they are our anchor partner. So thank you so much, Ken, as you come to address us on real estate, the status of real estate in East Africa, not just in Kenya, but in East Africa. Tumpigie Ken makofi.
Thank you.
Hello there, Kenyans. In the United States, Michael Zimaji here, and today I am joined by
Stephanie from Centum Real Estate.
Yes, and the reason we're here is because Chams Media, together with Centum Real Estate, shall be coming to the United States. That is from the 19th of July up until the 9th of August with our Daring Abroad investment forums. We're giving you opportunities to learn about various investment opportunities here in Kenya. Top among them is... Hello there, Kenyans. In the United States, Michael Zimanji here, and today I am joined by...
Stephanie from Centum Real Estate.
Yes, and the reason we're here is because Chams Media, together with Centum Real Estate, shall be coming to the United States. That is from the 19th of July up until the 9th of August with our Daring Abroad investment forums. We're giving you opportunities to learn about various investment opportunities here in Kenya. And top among them is Centum Real Estate, right?
Your security, your comfort within your home. Centum Real Estate, we're one of the biggest developers in Eastern Central Africa. We're located in Nairobi, Vipingo, and Entebbe.
Now, when I hear about Centum, all I think about is the live, the work, the play, the thrive, the grow.
At Centum Real Estate, we take a brick and mortar a step further. We think about your lifestyle, we think about your entertainment, your security, your comfort within your home, and anything towards making sure that your house becomes a home.
Great, and I know you have various investment opportunities for them as well, right?
Yes, we do have fully serviced land, which is one of our most customizable products. Then we do have our apartments, which are quite spacious and all located in all 3 regions. Then we have our standalone homes, both bungalows and mansionettes. You can decide to customize them the way you need to. And lastly, we have duplexes in all our typologies.
And I'm sure all these things come with facilities?
Thank you. And I think that's a good
think of all your
introduction.
needs.
So now I can speak. I'm allowed to speak. I'm operating on 3 risks. One, I think it's 3:50 a.m. in Nairobi. I'm operating in Nairobi time. I should be asleep. 2, it's a few, I think dinner is ready. And my stories are between you and the dinner. Number 3, I need to share insights. But I want to take you back, say, 700 years ago. The concept of diaspora may have begun then from the explorers. So I know back in Kenya, when you're doing history, you're asking where will it be applied. So I want to connect the application of history. Just go to the next slide. So there's something that happened in the 12th century. There was an explorer called Marco Polo. He was an Italian explorer. He left Italy and went to China and created a trading route. Then there was Christopher Columbus. He was an Italian explorer, left Italy, came all the way to Bahamas, and that's how the America was discovered, so as documented. Then there was Vasco da Gama. This was a Portuguese explorer who left Portugal, went round, found his way to Kenya and the Indian, and created a new trading route. And then there is you, who came from various places in Kenya to this part of the world, and you've opened new opportunities. So there are principles that we can adopt that are 700 years old. These guys, when they did that, they created opportunities for, that's how settlers found their way in Kenya. They laid foundation for trade and investment, and that created many things. So the same can be done with us. Marco Polo was there in 1271. That was in the 13th century. He went to China. He became I think a ruler there, which is the same. You've opened a new trading route here. Columbus, have spoken about him. Vasco da Gama, have spoken about him. He helped create a lot of wealth for Portugal, which is the same thing we can do. Next. There are various trading routes that they followed many years back, but they didn't wait for perfect conditions. Technology was not as advanced. You can imagine sailing back then and the risk that was there by the sea. But they took the conditions that were there and took the opportunities that came with them, which I think is the same. We can do that now that we're in this round. Next. So we represent a new generation of explorers. We are in an advanced economy where we can get access to new technology. You have access to new financing. You have skills in medicine, healthcare, finance, and you've mapped out new ways of doing business. These ways can be taken back home, and we can create better communities there. You have exposure, you have access to big capital pool, you have standards that are global, which was spoken about by, I think, June. And these can be put in our key sectors in the economy: real estate, agriculture, manufacturing, education, and wherever your expertise may be. So where do we start from? There's the discovery. We came from the village, or wherever you came from, and discovered this part of the world. So you've gotten exposure to the best global practices. We can document, because I don't know in 14th century what our forefathers did. They didn't document, so we've no way of reading. There's a book called The Travels of Marco Polo. It was written in 1295, which is maybe 530 years ago, or 730 years ago, or thereabout. It's still there. It was published. I don't know what our forefathers did, so they passed stories one after the next, and we have no way of tracing what they did. You can mobilize capital through the network you have. You can develop. When these guys did the trading by the sea, they created new ports, they created new supply chain, they created new hotels, which is something we can do today. Then they created a legacy, created wealth for their countries. I think for you, we can create a generational wealth, and this can be there 500 years from today. When they did it, I don't think they thought would look at it today. Next. The reason I'm sharing these historical lessons is to document how we think at Centum Real Estate. We take the leverage of what has been done before to think about communities that you've seen and how that can be implemented into future. So out of curiosity and out of using the brain and your mind, which everyone happens to have, you can imagine of anything and really achieve it. So you can look at the opportunities back home. Could they be in healthcare? Could they be in technology? Could they be in real estate? could they be in what Joy is doing, and you address that market segment? You have access to capital. You can take a risk and also balance your rewards. You can partner. These guys, wherever they went, they partnered with people. So you can take a view back home and partner with established companies there, such as ourselves. You can transfer the knowledge that you've acquired in this part of the world and increase standards back home. And you can scale. You have the ability to generate, mobilize enough capital to invest back home. And those projects that stall on account of financing, then that does not happen. Next. We are here how to look for a better future. One where you can create wealth, and one where your future is secured. So there is this book by The Psychology of Money by Morgan, which we draw a few lessons. But the best lesson we get is the best thing that money can buy is your freedom to do what you want, with whom you want, at whatever time you want. Now I'm speaking here because I have to meet targets. If I had created generational wealth, maybe I would be in Bahamas enjoying. So I'm still on that journey. The real wealth is the money that you don't see. What else can I speak of? Money only solves money problems. So the other problems that money can't solve. And okay, compound interest. So compound is a function of time. The best time to have invested with Santa Marie would have been yesterday. Next. I know I'm between you and dinner, so I'll try and summarize. Even me, I want that dinner. Next. Okay, carry on. So there were many questions around Kenya and what's happening, and I have had the impression from many of you that I've interacted with, is the economy sound? Is it okay to invest back home? I think I can confirm the economy is good. You can invest back home. Just take a long-term view. The numbers support that something good is happening. So it's not what is there today. It's what Kenya can be through your corrective investment back home. Next. I'll speak to this real estate segment. The population in Kenya keeps growing. I think our growth rate is 3%. And the number of houses required to house that population increases by the year. So in 2019, when the census was done, we were 48 million people. In 2025, we had 53 million. In 2040, we'll be at 70 million. In 2030, we should be 57 million. These people must be housed one way or another. They need homes. Today, we have 13.8 million homes from the census that the Kenyan government has given us. And the houses are not enough. Even the quality is not good. The pent-up demand, because we've not been developing at the pace we should, is 2 million homes. Every year, there are people who leave rural areas, move to urban areas to look for opportunity. There are people who relocate back to diaspora, back home. Nairobi is a financial hub. There are people coming from all parts of the world to set up there. They need housing. We need 250,000 homes. The supply is just 50,000 homes. Unity Homes, Santa Maria, and everyone else. We are barely developing. Now, according to government data, the report from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Nairobi market, 9 in every 10 Nairobi residents are tenants. So if you have built and it's in a nice location, it's a nice home, you'll get rent. And people are actually paying a premium relative to the value. So there's a huge opportunity, and you in the diaspora have access to capital, you have access to technology, you have access to many things. You can invest back home. The numbers, the fundamentals support that investment. Next. What is driving this growth? I think I've spoken about it. There is a growing middle class. There is urbanization. There's population growth. There is rural to urban migration. There are infrastructure developments. Then Kenya is a regional financial hub for East Africa. And the affordability metrics of it. So you can invest, particularly in apartments, and really get a good return. The average yield is 9%. In good neighborhoods, it's in excess of 10%. And the global studies have seen Nairobi as one of the highest rental yields in comparable cities across the world, whether in dollar or in Kenya shilling return. Next. The market, I think I've spoken to this. The residential investment gives you 7 to 10%. Office is at 6.5. Industrial is at 7.5. Industrial particularly supports residential. People work there, they live somewhere, and these people need to be fed. The logistical support must be. So it's a synergistic ecosystem for the three. Next. Why would you invest in real estate? Miles covered this, but first is you can diversify your investment. So if I was to ask you to declare your wealth, I think real estate would account for a substantial portion of your wealth. That is land, property, buildings, and the rest. Then this asset appreciates in value over time. Those of you who came to, let me use the tax expert, who the last paycheck was in 2000. In 2003, I think an acre of land in along bypass in Kamakis, which you may know, or even at Two Rivers, must have been 2 million shillings. And an acre in other places was 100K. And then when no one was buying, people donate or give it to a charity of your choice. An example of Two Rivers, an acre now is 500 million. Yes. Even in that neighborhoods, an acre of land is like 80 million. It's appreciated in value over time. Why? This demand for the population growth, the urbanization, people must be housed. Even, let me use the example of Houston. Houston was established in 1836 by the Aaron brothers. They bought this land, named it after General Sam Houston, who led the Texas Revolution, and he was a senator and the first president of Texas. So in 1836, these guys bought this portion. They created this, and they thought it would be a major logistics hub. That's why you have this city of Houston. So I think you know the history of it. Just Google. Just Google. That's how it was set up, and then now it's a logistics hub. There is the Nash Space Station and the rest. So Nairobi, if you take the number of years from 1836 to where we are today, if you now project it, Nairobi could be something else. Two Rivers, Tatu City, and the rest could be having an impact to the global economy. Then legacy, you can pass this to your generations. It can give you passive income. And you don't need to be Nairobi to invest. You can be in any part of the world. Invest and make a return. Next. There were lawyers here who spoke about legal considerations of investing. I'll pass through that quickly. The typical process of buying property in Nairobi is you check the developer, like I'm sharing stories here. I give you our title documents. You check, you do physical inspection. You just verify what I'm saying is true and what other developers are saying is true. and you use lawyers, you use surveyors, and you get thorough due diligence. Next. You get a surveyor to verify that these properties exist. You do your KYC background check. You can be sold land that is a road reserve. It's part of airport. It could be part of railway expansion. So those are some of the things that Raban and other lawyers can check for you. Once the due diligence is complete, then there are a set of documents that you require, but I'll share this presentation next. But that's our project in Nairobi, actually, a complete one. Yeah. So Joy was here and she spoke about investment and how you finance your investment. So we figured out how do you finance this opportunity. You can get mortgage financing. You can finance it from your savings. You can get diaspora financing. There is diaspora financing. And then you can also get money from your friends. Next. This was explained extensively by Miles. I'll not expound, but it's the cheapest mortgage that you can find in Kenya. For instance, if you buy a property that is 10.5 million under KMLC, your repayment will be like 92,500, which is close to rental income. There isn't a cheaper mortgage scheme in the country than this. And the whole country, we have 30,000 mortgages against 13.8 million houses. So people use other sources of financing to fund the homes they have today. Next. Okay, I'll skip that one. This is a repayment schedule, and I was correct. 10.5 at 25 years is 91,000. So I rounded it off maybe to take care of exchange rate. Carry on. We also partner with banks. We've signed up almost all the banks to provide a one-stop shop for our investors. So we get you the opportunity, we get you a tenant, we get you financing, and you just make the decision to invest. Next. So all those are very good stories, but what is the risk? The first risk is their market, and that has been asked. From our own analysis, there's a huge untapped market, and it's growing, and you can make a decent return investing in real estate. The other risk is change in regulatory and policy. Every day, including the finance bill, things keep changing. So you can invest in frameworks that have certainty. 3, liquidity. If I buy, will I get a return on investment? And if I want to sell, real estate is extremely liquid. Will I get someone to buy? If it's in a prime location, you will. Construction risk. Many of us buy off-plan. Projects are not finished on time. And how do I mitigate that risk? You can work with developers that have a track record, especially those with a track record of even not completing projects, but then figuring out and they complete. So you know they'll solve problems. Then there is a title and legal risk, where there could be fraud. You do comprehensive due diligence. Currency risk. I'm in the US, I'm earning my income in dollars. I'm investing in Kenya shillings. The currency is moving up and down. How do I hedge my risk? So in some of the neighborhoods, like Two Rivers, it's in close proximity to the UN, the diplomatic blue zone. So the rent is in dollars. So you can invest in, you earn your money in US dollars, you buy the property in Kenya shilling, you rent it in US dollars. But Mr. Tax Advisor there will explain how to mitigate tax Then will I get a tenant? Yes, depending on who you work with. If you work with an organization that has professional managers in prime location, you'll get a return interest rate. You can get fixed rate KMLC financing. And if you're buying from diaspora, I think from the look of things I've had, cash is not an issue. Opportunities are what is missing. Okay, and we are here to bring those opportunities next. Now, appetite comes from eating. I think my appetite is increasing, so I can carry on with this after dinner, right? Even people are smiling now. The number of people smiling are reducing as I present. Okay, carry on with those rides. Just 1 minute. The world, including Houston, knows what we are doing, so they have nominated us for many awards. Next. Just carry on. Those are our projects at Two Rivers. Actually done, and the lifestyle is, if not better, it's actually better than what's here. So, next. That's Vipingo, and we also do a lot of, we give back to the community. We educate close to 400 kids, bright and needy. We spent more than $1 million in that. So we just don't sell, we also give back to the community. Next. What you are doing is good for the world. So we focus on green building, energy efficient buildings. But you can't speak about energy efficiency when you're at the energy capital of the world, right? Seeing the trucks, everything is so big. Next. That's Two Rivers. In case you're in Kenya and you're stressed up, that Ferris wheel is 55 meters. You get in and at 55 meters, you imagine if it doesn't turn, what would happen and how you come down. So you're able to prioritize your life and do a better strategy, but please visit Two Rivers when you're in Kenya. Next. That's a master plan. So green spaces are much more than the buildings. It's a nice environment to be part of. Some of the buildings done, some under construction. But all these are opportunities for you to create generational wealth. That's Vipingo. Carry on. Carry on. Yeah, that's Vipingo. This is a diaspora home that is complete. The plot was 2.5 million. The house that was built was 30. I think they sold it for 60. And they're in this North America, so it's a nice investment. Next. We also have an industrial park that is operational with a food processing factory, a gas facility, a mall, and people working there stay in the residential units. I'm about to finish. Carry on. That is Uganda next. Yeah, this is Uganda by the shores of Lake Victoria. Also a nice place that Kenyans own a lot of property, finally. Please scan this QR code for you to get this presentation. And I'm available to share more insights, more stories about how to invest back in Kenya. Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
Makofi kwa Ken. Wow. You can see we didn't bring you people to just sell. We brought people to inform you, to educate you. And you can see the ecosystem. You know, everything is interrelated. You know, as Victor said, we can help you to. He did like this. The member taxes. you know. So, so everything is weaving into each other. I'll ask, I think, on behalf of someone who would have like to ask this, and I think Miles was asked, who owns Centum Real Estate?
Okay. Centum Real Estate has many owners. It's a subsidiary of Centum Investment. Centum Investment is a listed company with 38,000 shareholders, listed in Nairobi Securities Exchange and Uganda Securities Exchange, with the government of Kenya owning 25%. So, and it's been in business since 1967. So we've been there for 58 years.
Okay, makofi kwake tena. One quick question, and you'll come back later. A burning question? No. The good thing, I think many questions are related to what you had asked earlier in the real estate, so they are really exhausted. But I know when Miles was speaking, this gentleman really wanted to ask a question he didn't ask. Yeah, you are the only one who will ask.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. The standalone homes, are they part of those cities that you have identified, or is it a different community altogether?
Thank you. Short to the point.
They are part of the cities I've shared, so in Vipingo and in Uganda.
The silence. Makofi! Thank you, Ken. So, greetings from PS State Department for Diaspora Affairs, Rosaline Njogu. As I said earlier, she would have liked to have addressed us virtually, but due to unavoidable circumstances, she was unable to. But earlier we had representation from the Kenyan government, that is Kenya's Consul General in Los Angeles, Ambassador Ezra Chiloba. He welcomed us, and he's waiting to give us our winding remarks after dinner. So you are in good hands, and we thank you for your attention. This is, can I tell you, this is the best we've ever had since we started Diaspora Investment Forums. Clap for yourselves! Wow, amazing. And you know what? This is the 29th, isn't Patrick? This is the 29th forum we've hosted across the world. Clap for us also. 29th. Now, this was last year, Patrick, in Lodwar, and we have an office in Lodwar, so there is this thing called Tobong-Lore. Who comes from Turkana County? Yeah, Tobong-Lore. So just like that, we were identified to be one of the stands. We had a stand there to be visited by President William Ruto to showcase what we do. And this is content creation, not your typical stand, selling properties. And I made a quick 1-minute presentation, and at that time, the shirt I was wearing, I bought it from Joyce, who is seated there. Joyce, Mama Kone! And the president asked me, told me, nice shirt. So I told him, yes, this is a Daring Abroad shirt. It's a shirt I bought in Houston. So it's just, I'm just feeling proud that coincidentally I was wearing a shirt that I bought in a forum like this. Sasa si hata mimi nawapatia biashara. Yeah, investing home and away, is it? I was just saying this on a light note to invite you to visit Joyce, and kama Chamwada ananunua shati kwake, si pia wewe unaweza nunua. Yeah, so now she has so many artifacts which you can sample at her stand. So make a point of visiting Joyce and all the other partners who are here, just get something from them. I've been lucky. When I walked out, I met a potential client, Hannah. Is it Hannah? Is she back? Or I've gotten the name wrong? Pauline. Oh, okay. They want a visit to Turkana through Chams Adventures. So I hope every partner here has sold something. At least sisi tumetoka na kakitu. Patrick, si ndio? Yeah, tumetoka na kakitu. Miles, I hope utatoka na kakitu. Sema kakitu. Ken and everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite John Onguko. John Properties. John, karibu. Bear with us. We'll soon be having dinner, but this, you invited this. You started questions, and who am I to refuse? So, tunashukuru, and just a little more attention, and be patient. We'll be having our dinner soon. June, it's your time. Your time, I mean. Pigieni John makofi.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Whew, okay, we made it this close to the finish line. You know what they say? Best for? So it's about to go down. We're talking about real estate in Houston, Texas. Okay? If you don't know me, I am June, representing June Properties. We have been in business, thank God, for 20 years this year. How do I know how I've been in business? I was a mother. I was carrying a child. And I said to myself, I want to be there for this child. I'm going to have to figure out something that will allow me to be a mother first. And so I started a journey figuring out, like Ms. Joy said, just go out there and find something you can do. And I went there and I found something after looking and researching. And they say when you find your why, your excuses fade away. I had a newborn that was coming. I knew I had no time to have excuses. I was going to find a reason to make this business work. I had no mentors. I had nothing. But I remember 23 years ago, I walked into a Walmart. That time I was very broke. My sister and I were working a care job. And I'm going to thank people in a little bit here who've come to support us. But we were working a care job. I'm going to do this as I lay the foundation for what I'm going to do. Trust me, I'll be very fast, precise, and we're going to leave here with some very good information. And we were working, caring for a home, in-home care patient. She worked mornings, I worked the evenings, I think. And I only had $20 in my account. And I was in Walmart. I was just browsing. I didn't have money, but I was bored in the apartment. So as I was walking, I love to read. And I just happened to go in the section of books, and I saw a book. And today I have that book. And this book is by Robert Kiyosaki. And I remember reading, and it said, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. What the rich teach their kids about money that the poor middle class don't. I was like, what in the world? The poor don't? And I was like, what do they teach them about money? Because I didn't have any. So I wanted to find out, what is it that the rich are teaching their kids that has given them the money? So this book at that time was $8. I had $20, but it was an investment. I said, you know what? I'm going to get that book. So I went there, plus taxes, maybe $8.75. I don't do math, but somewhere in that price point, I bought this book. Why am I bringing this book up? I'm bringing it up to say, opportunity that you get and make a decision can be a turning point for a story that you write someday about your life. Your investment today here is not a waste. There is a decision you're going to make today that 20 years down the line, like I stand here and say, "Ooh, I'm glad I went to that forum. I'm glad I got that information, and I invested that day. And today, I'm here to transfer wealth." So thank you for that opening remark. I am here to talk about investing in Houston real estate market. First of all, we had a little bit of those of you who kept up with social media, we had a lot of chatter about this meeting. And we don't want to ignore the voices of our fellow Kenyans who cared the way we do. So before I really say much, I just want us to take a second and honor those who are fighting back in Kenya for a better Kenya that works for everyone, and specifically those who've lost their lives. May we just bow and remember and pray that we are all in solidarity with them. Amen. Thank you. Chams Media, we want to say another thank you very much for always giving us the platform. I always say you take us from our local market into the international stage. So we say thank you very much for the team at Chams Media. As I said, I am June once again, and I'm the CEO and founder of June Properties. My journey, like I said, started 25 years ago trying to find a niche, but 20 years ago, I started June Properties. I didn't really know where it was going, but we were just trial and error. And we have a whole story, like Laban said, we can write a book. Yes, we would have chapters in that book. We were people who were advertising on Craigslist. We were the people who were advertising in Green Sheet. We used to stand in apartment complexes giving out our flyers until the managers would chase us away. And our journey has a lot to do with that. So today we celebrate our journey. 5 years ago, I was blessed. My husband joined me. And he came on board full time, and I would like to honor him, Mr. Matindo, if you would stand up. He hates attention and he hates talking, so that's why I do the mouth part of the business. But he came and joined us, and he runs the administrative as well as the real estate part now as a realtor. We are also honored at June Properties to say that we are among the 10% in terms of production, among the top 10% of realtors here in the Houston area. My friend Elsa and my other friend there who are realtors, hey guys, will tell you it is a cutthroat business, but we have stayed true to our commitment to serve our clients, and we thank God that so many of our clients are here. One of my clients that I always get the honor and joy of seeing is always Arthur. Mr. Arthur, can you wave? I know he doesn't like attention, but he's right here. He's acting like it's not him. But that was one of my very first clients. I think that was 2007. So I have eyewitness news. When I say we started in 2005, Arthur can tell you. Now, it is said that 25 to 30% of billionaires and millionaires have real estate as their portfolio. Their portfolio has at least 25 to 30% of portfolio invested in real estate. Why am I starting with that? It's very important that as we consider all these other factors given, which are very important, the real estate is somewhere in your portfolio. And I'm hoping that in the next few minutes, I'll do some justice in talking about that. Like my friend said from Kenya, the one who just left here, Centum, he said the best time to buy real estate is always what? It's always what? It's always 5 years ago. Always 5 years ago. And why is that? Look at a property you looked at 5 years ago. What is the value of that property today? Right? So I'm praying that today we will be here after we hear this information, and this has been something on your radar, that you'll consider and make your next 5 years to start today. I want to go through very quickly 6 top reasons why I think we should invest in real estate, specifically in the Houston market. Number 1, we have a very strong population growth and demand, especially after COVID. Those of you who have kept up with the trends, Houston is the 4th largest city in the United States, right? And we have continued to experience significant population growth driven by the ability of people to be able to work remotely now. Now, if you lived in New York pre-COVID, you were subjected to having to go to the office. Now, you don't have to. You can live in Houston and work in New York. We have seen a lot of that trend happening right here in the Houston market. And because of that, three things that really drive that is Houston's number one, affordability, the job market, and then of course the quality of lives here in Houston drives that market. When I say the quality of life, Houston is one of the few places you can actually get a house for $400,000 to $500,000 and have a pool and a basketball court in your backyard. I mean, if we're talking about New York, God knows. Even a studio apartment, you won't get for that much. So because of that, number one reason is a strong population growth and demand. Number two is diverse and resilient economy. I think we all know Houston boasts a very diverse economy with thriving sectors such as the energy, aerospace, and of course the healthcare. We have the kinds of MD Anderson, Medical Center, the Texas Children. Then, of course, the Houston, gas and oil. I think if you keep up with data, 44, if I'm not mistaken, 44 of the 136 publicly traded companies in the gas and oil are located right here in the Houston. Are we talking about ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, Halliburton? Those of you in the field, I'm sure you know. And just with that, just to name a few, makes us what? Of course, one of the energy capitals of the world. So that continues to drive demand for property and real estate right here in the Houston market. And of course, if you've been keeping up with our brother from South Africa, you know he's invested a lot in the Houston. We're talking about Tesla. Not just Houston, not just Houston, but pretty much most of Texas, including Austin and a lot of the hill countries. But if you've been keeping up, he's invested a lot in Brookshire. I think we have about 300 acres he has just bought in Brookshire, and a plant is going to be coming down there. Why am I sharing all this data? I'm sharing to show you how growth continues to be in Houston and continues to come, so that opportunities for investment are always going to be here. Number three, affordable entry compared to other major cities. Compared to places like New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Houston offers more affordable property prices that allows investors to enter the market with very low capital and, of course, maximizing on your flow and return of investment. Number four, landlord-friendly laws. Texas, if you keep up with Texas, we have some of the most friendly laws for tenant landlord relationships. Leases are very friendly compared to other places, and so is eviction process. That's where we always come and call our brother Laban. I know he's done some evictions for me, not what I like to talk about, but if we need to, we have people like that, like he said, the networking. So we have those factors that help promote investment in real estate down here in Houston. Number three, continued infrastructure and development growth. If you live in Houston, somewhere they're always building. Construction is always happening. If it's not a road, it's a new apartment complex. If it's not an apartment complex, it's a new strip center. Because of that, we have a lot of master plan communities that are enhancing and increasing property values in return for investment for the investors. Last one, number 6, is titles are always insured. I think if there's one benefit we have for investing here in the United States, and of course I'm talking about Houston specifically, titles are insured. You're never going to run into a situation, very seldom. In 20 years I've been doing real estate, I've never really run into it, where you have 2 people on the title. Or you bought a title, it's like, oh, somebody else owns the title. That is not something we have in our market, and the reason why we have title companies. If you've ever bought a property, you've gone through the title company. Their primary objective or a primary reason for existing is to, almost time? Okay. Primary reason for existing is to ensure that titles are protected or insured. Now, I am going to talk about last points that I have. I want to do one eyewitness news for you. When I first got into the business, 2005, the median house was selling at $100,000 to $120,000. That is a house of 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom that was big enough for a family, right? A family of 3, a family of 4. Today, in our market, I'm going to ask one of my realtor friends, how much is the median house in Houston, my friend? Exactly. And I had that exactly right here. 350 to 400. So if you had bought a house back then, how much equity are we looking at? Right? 250 to 300,000. That is the equity you've walked away with. I had a privilege last year of closing on 3 families that were going back to Kenya. One of them started with me. I closed her house in 2006, I believe. And when I was selling her house, the 3-circle moment was very exciting for me because I saw a family cash out the equity they had built on their home to go into retirement. And we were talking about around 25 million Kenya shillings just from the house they had bought, they had been paying. And actually what had happened with her, just real quick, I helped her get her second home. So this particular home that we were selling was a rental. And she sold that one, and the tenant had been paying rent on it. She sold it and cashed on that, and she kept her other home, which is going to be transferred to her kids when the time comes. So that is what? Generational wealth transfer. Our 2 objectives in June Properties, we are here to help families build wealth for retirement portfolio. Number 2 is to help you grow wealth for generational wealth transfer. How do you do that? 4 things, and I'm going to be done. Number 1, buy your first home. It doesn't matter even if it's just a small apartment. 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom. At least you're paying yourself. Secondly, you're growing equity. Every year, property values in the U.S. and most places in the U.S. go up. Even when we have a tough market like right now, we could plateau for a little bit. But guess what? It always autocorrects. We've never just gone down all the way. I was in the market 2008 when everything crashed, right? And everybody thought, oh my God, we are done. No. We did come back up, and now up, 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 up. So it's always a safe place to invest your money. Buying your second home, I'm very big on that. Clients who started with me are on their 2nd, 3rd, some of them even on their 5th homes. Some of my clients are here that are, we are on the 7th home. We are all just working our way up. How have we done this? We get our first home. We use our first home, either that as a way to pull equity to put on your second home, or you save and you come to me and I teach you how to do that. That's what we as realtors here are here for. We're just not closing houses. We are also here to educate you on how you can leverage those things and grow wealth in that manner. Number 3 is we help you go big. I have clients now buying apartments. Just case in point, I had a client call me and say, I bought this house back in 2000. And I've paid off, and I have about 300,000 in it, and I want to buy a multi-family home, meaning an apartment complex. We have 350. That's all we need to go put on an apartment complex. I said, let's go. We are ready to roll. Other thing you can do, you can buy land and get a construction loan, and you can build on land. Land's in Rosenberg right now. I just did a deal in Rosenberg, 200,000 for what? 5 acres of land. It's undeveloped. But that's an investment. So as we are also looking at diversifying home, which is an amazing opportunity, there is amazing opportunities to grow wealth here for retirement as we add to insurances and all that, and then transfer to your kids. My personal moments where this opened my eyes, and I'll end with this story. I had a family, I'm sorry to say this, not to be any objective or anything, a family, Caucasian family called me, and they told me that they had 4 properties. They needed me to come and help them sell. And they were left by grandma. And that was in the Bel Air by Galleria. And grandma bought 1 property for 25,000, another for 45, another for 35, and I think another one for 30. And I was coming in, and if you know where Bel Air is by Galleria, each of those properties were either 650, 700, 850, or around 900,000. And each of the grandkids were getting one. And that's where my light bulb went up. I'm going to be a messenger for this for our people. I say we have a vehicle for growing wealth. Let's not be afraid to make big moves, because big moves, no risk, no reward. I could have talked more, but I think that summarizes it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chamwada, and thanks for your time.
Yeah. Wow. You'll get questions later. June has nailed it, and thank you for your passion. She speaks like a professor of property. She's taught us about making a first step, generational wealth. Lakini sijui Ken kama sisi tunaweza nunua huku pia. We can brag about ours. So I own a unit at Mzizi in Two Rivers, part of the Centum Real Estate you saw. Thank you, Ken. I bought this for my son 2 years ago. So when I was on transit in Amsterdam, I received a message from Centum. We are excited to share that the value of your unit number D504 increased from 6,500,000 Kenya shillings to the current price of 7.6 million Kenya shillings. So I thought maybe Ken is trying to massage me so that when we are here, I talk nicely. But I found this was sent to all those who have bought properties there, and there's been a price increase. And two of them, we discussed and said, yes, me have a 2 million increase, another one 3 million. So it's real. Thank you, June, for sharing that, and all the real estate people here. I think it's been different from the other stories we've been hearing about the real estate. So this, allow me, it's 1 minute, and I'll be killed if I don't play. Then we'll be guided on dinner. It will be self-service, I think. Then you'll come with your food here. But to appreciate Lemfi, Jackie, simama wakuone. And Jackie has interacted with everybody. So Jackie now says, I don't have to talk for me. And Jackie was lucky, was at the entrance talking to you, giving you some tips here and there on how to send money through Lemfi, and why is Lemfi unique. I think it's the only one. You can use a pay bill, and you can send money from here, US, UK, United Arab Emirates, and they came up with a code, special, abroad. The code is abroad. Download the app. She'll give you the link. We've been sharing. Then your referral is abroad, and you send money, I think at least $50, you get 20 back. I thought, is that real, Jackie? Send 50, get 20 back. Wow. Let's clap for Jackie. And after this, we break for dinner. Someone online is saying, those guys are tired, Alex, release them. Play.
Abroad. What's up, ni Zandani Marekani, raw and uncut nikikupasha na ujiri anavyojiri anapojiri. Mimi ule wako Tonishira wa Zandani Marekani. No, we're not here to talk about Zandani Marekani. We're here to talk about Lemfi. What? Lemfi, International Payments for Everyone. It's a money sending platform where you can send money from the UK, US, Canada, Europe, and guess where? Even UAE. Sai uko pale Dubai unaweza tuma do home. And it's not just home. You can send to East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia. West Africa is covered. Unaweza tuma mpaka China, India, Pakistan, Latin America, hapa Brazil. Guys, it is big. Listen, what do you get with Lemfi? Sending money to Kenya and receiving from Kenya. For the first time, you can receive your money from Kenya using the app. Highly competitive exchange rates. Almost on a daily basis. Lemfi ndio iko juu. Aya, unaweza tuma up to
$8,000 per day, you guys.
Isi ilo unatuma pesa kidogo alafu unaanza kuulizwa maswali sijui yeah. So $16,000 per week, $32,000 per month. M-Pesa, pay bill na till number, DSTV, kulipa stima, maji. Or maybe uko kwa sako and you deposit money every other time. You just need to get the pay bill number, unatuma pesa ukiwa hapa. Ama watu wako wanafanya shopping manzi. Just tell them go to the shops, tuma till number, you do the transaction from here. That's it. Imagine the convenience. Alafu, very, very interesting. Unaweza tuma do within locally hapa US for free chap chap, straight up. Hakuna ati mambo ya kuambia ngoje siku 2 ama 3 working days so that the money reaches there ikiwa haijakatwa. And then some people say that you kila time lazima niingie pale kutop up. You don't have to, right? So this time you can be able to send money straight from your debit card. You don't have to use the wallet. Yeah. And you can be able to send that money direct to someone's phone number ama kwa bank account. And remember, bro, hakuna charges, you know. And then every time you send more than $50, unadungwa points. You earn some points every time you send $50 and above. Listen, guys, the more you send, the more you earn points. And you can redeem that as cash. Alafu, kuna ile referral program. The moment you sign up, you get a code. Your own code. Ukipatia mtu code yako, a download Lemfi, alafu atume $100, anapata $20 cashback, na wewe pia unapata $20 cashback. Daring abroad. Si mnajua? We are coming to your city. We're coming to your state. Download sai. Referral code unaweza tumia. Lemfi. International payments for everyone. What are you waiting for? Let's do it.
Well, let's do it again after this dinner. And we want to thank you for your attention. Balozi will be back after dinner and will play some quick videos from the counties as you have your dinner. Kathy, I don't know if we need to, how is the arrangement? And remember, there are raffle tickets, so don't go. If you go and you win, we won't give you. So stay around. So Kathy, So it's buffet, line up, come with your food here, continue interacting. Please keep meeting Miles, keep meeting Ken, keep meeting Jackie, everybody here, June, thank you, interact more. I hope you have enough cards, Miles. So pick your food and come back here. Yeah, kindly, don't lose your raffle ticket. DJ, mziki, as we have our dinner. Msiende, ukienda hutapata hiyo zawadi.